Kendall Guerra to lead us in prayer. Mr. Guerra.
Bow heads, close eyes. Dear Lord and merciful Father, as we come before you today, dear Lord Father, I want to give you thanks, honor, glory, and praise for bringing us here safe, guiding and protecting us on our way here, dear Lord. Lord Father, as we are about to engage in this cricket match, guide and protect each and every one here on the field, supporting and otherwise. Guide and protect our families at home. Keep them safe. At the end of the day, dear Lord Father, let cricket be the winner. Let us have an enjoyable game and respect each and every one. This is our prayer through your Son, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Mr. Guerra. Mr. Winston Sobers, Chairman, North Zone TTCB, Protocol Officer in the Ministry of Education, Executive Members of the North Zone TTCB, Mr. Joel Wilson, the only West Indian on the elite panel of ICC umpires, other match umpire, Clive Gaskin, members of the media, spectators, and last but certainly not least, players and administration of North Coast United and host Santa Cruz. My name is Indra Ramsingh Jofa, and it is my pleasure to take you through this very short opening program. Welcome to the official start, the open match of the North Zone TTCB 40 over tournament. The North Zone, I would dare to say, leads where others want to follow. And this opening is testimony to this fact. The competition leads into the annual T20 tournament to begin in May, and Mr. Sobers will share more of that with you. At this time, all the other teams are involved in competition, and they are playing at various venues. These teams are competing for a place in the semi-finals on May 6th and the final on May 7th. Welcome everyone, and I wish all the best for a very successful game. At this point, I invite the zone's chairman, Mr. Winston Sobers, to officially welcome you and to give a brief insight into the competition. Mr. Sobers.
Thank you very much, Indra. To the chairman of our events committee, Miss Ingrid Maxwell, and co-chair Amara Toussaint, the protocol officer of the Ministry of Education, to the Minister of Education, Ms. St. Bernard, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, and of course our esteemed umpires, Mr. Joel Wilson and Mr. Gaskin, sorry. I don't regularly see many umpires at games, so you can imagine. To the two teams on hand, Santa Cruz United, Santa Cruz All Sports, and of course, North Coast United. This, of course, is the opening game, and of course, we'd like to wish both teams the best of luck and have a wonderful game today. This is the opening game of our 40 over tournament. As we go into this tournament, all the teams are advised that, of course, going into our T20, this serves as the qualifier. So as I said this morning in a post that I put into our chat, that of course net run rate, reading of all the regulations, is so very important going into this fixture. And I'm hoping that you have read your regulations and you know what is at hand. And we wish all the teams the best of luck in this tournament, and of course you guys who are participating in the opening match. So I again wish you all the best and have a good game today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sobers. At this point, I invite Mr. Sobers, Ms. Ingrid Maxwell, and Ms. Amara Felix Toussaint to officially meet the teams. And the captain will introduce all the members of his team to the party. Captain, I'd like you to follow them so you can meet the other team after. Captain, would you please follow them? Oh. Thank you. Let's give them a round as they met Santa Cruz. And we'd like the Santa Cruz team to follow to meet the other team. As we are meeting and exchanging our pleasantries, I would like to thank on behalf of the North Zone and we stand for 2 group pictures before you go take the field, and I'll give you thanks while you do that. Special thanks to the specially invited guests who are here, to Blue Waters and the Prime Minister's Sports and Culture Fund, the match officials, 360 for all the media personnel who are
And good afternoon, cricket viewers, and we are coming to you live from Trinidad and Tobago in the West Indies at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, named after that famous cricketer. This is another 360 production on behalf of the North Zone, the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council. It's the 40 over tournament. Group C, North Coast United versus Santa Cruz. The news from the middle is that Santa Cruz have won the toss and they have elected to bowl. So we see the North Coast players coming out. And of course you were able to see the presentation here. So it's cricket, lovely cricket here in Brian Lara Recreation Ground, which is in the heart of Santa Cruz, which is where the great man is from. And I'd also like to let you know that the umpires in the middle are Mr. Clive Gaskin, and from the southern end, he's starting from the northern end of the ground. And on the southern end is an ICC registered umpire and a Trinidad and Tobago national, Mr. Joel Wilson. It's really a pleasure to have him here as well. And certainly it's cricket, lovely cricket here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. As to run through the teams, you North Coast, Tristan Craig, Claude Devines, Daryl Dennison, Ramon Diaz, Akiel Guerra, Kendall Guerra, Kiefer Hernandez. That is Terrence James. And then we have Junior James as well as Justin Mendez and Darius Padilla. For Santa Cruz, Lyndon Bravo, Marshall Mitchell, Barry Nicholas, Jordan Osuna, Rocky Rajkumar, Sherwin Raymond, Aaron Rosales, Donovan Strip, Devon Sween, Joshua Wong, and Brad Woodruff.
Yeah, James facing there. James. Yeah, Darius Patella. Yeah, Darius Patella. 6. So Darius Patella. Darius Patella.
Scores are ready.
Patella taking first strike?
No, James second. James second.
The two opening batsmen are Terrence James, who will be taking first strike. So delivery down the leg side, it's immediately called a wide. And the other batsman on the non-strikers end is Mr. Darius Padilla.
Signal by the umpire.
No captain. So and another wide on the leg side.
Wide signal by the umpire.
That's one lifted and it's wide of long on, mid on, and it will go into the boundary for 4. That's the first round off the bat. 6 runs without loss. And that's the first legal delivery. Donovan Strip is the bowler from the northern end. Pushes that one wide of mid-on into the cover region. That could run away very close to the boundary. The fielder is coming around. They'll come back for 2. But sort of rock back did James. Opened the face of the bat. Smeared that for extra cover. And he's off to 2. Rollicking start here from the North Coast boys. They're in the yellow. Santa Cruz in that resplendent green. Andrew Chan in your company as I welcome to my side the opening batter to the night watchman, to my night watchman, Mr. Gordon Pear. Good day, Mr. Pear.
Yeah, good day. Andrew, a beautiful day for cricket here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz. Good contest expected here between two home teams. One from Santa Cruz, the Santa Cruz United team, and of course the North Coast team. Stripper, he struck him. So we have Donovan Strip. He's opened the bowling. Thus far, he's looked a bit quick. What do you say there, Andrew?
Yeah, definitely. But I think that delivery was the first delivery he sort of got on the mark. The first 2 couple of deliveries were wide, and then he had James a chance to free his arms. Good shoulders here, and another wide delivery. That's a dead ball, I should say, from the umpire. Did you have a look at the pitch, Gordo Pierre?
Yes, I went out and looked at the pitch. It seems to be quite a flat track. A bit dusty. I think the spinners will get something off from it a little later on. It's dry.
A lot of cracks in it as well. Not much grass at all.
Yes.
Certainly could do with a little bit more moisture in here.
Yes, I definitely expected it to turn a little later on.
Freeing his arms there again. Just get a single down to the square region, does James. You'll get the first chance to see Darius Padilla. And of course, Gordo Pier, we are graced by some International Cricket Council presence here with Joel Wilson, who will be operating proceedings from the southern end, as there's him walking and crossing into the square leg region.
Yes.
There's a shot of him on your camera there. Excellent work, Matthew. Caught him brilliantly. Already the field is spread far and wide, a long on, a long off, a mid-wicket in position. There's also a fielder 3/4 of the way back. He's at a deep extra cover position. Actually, that should be a third man on a fine leg. My apologies. I'm watching it from the wrong side.
Yeah, it's a right-hand, left-hand combination here.
Yeah.
The batter, the non-strikers, and just want to change his bat. He's definitely offered some lusty blows earlier on here. So he probably already broke that bat.
Well, if he wants to bat 40 overs, I don't know if he has 40 bats in his bag, Gordon Perry, because he was really swinging for everything there. Yes, as I was right. So I was going through the field here for you, and there's a fielder at point region. There's also a fielder at third man. Fine leg has come inside the circle. There's a fielder out at deep square leg. And then your conventional mid-on and mid-off as well as that fielder at a mid-wicket position. And on the offside, you also have your cover and extra cover positions. And it would seem that, interestingly, strip has gone off. And another bowler will be finishing this over here.
Pretty strange. He just puts that one outside the off stump, so we'll have to confirm what actually took place there. It's a no ball.
A no ball and a free hit, so it's all happening here in the first over here, Gordo Pier.
I was just about to say that in terms of the fielding restrictions here. So it's Raymond. So showing Raymond there, finishing the over for Donovan Strip. So Strip was injured. So the news from the middle is that Strip was injured. And he was replaced by Raymond. So showing Raymond will be looking to finish off that over. And when you were calling on the fielding positions, I was just saying, oh, that's a big shot. Over the man.
That is another boundary to the North Coast team.
So these North Coast batters seem to be very aggressive. They have an aggressive intent. That one just going over the head of the man at mid-off and down to the boundary for 4.
Of course, it's a free hit, Gordo, so this is swing hard, so might as well swing hard on that one. But Dia would be happy for that, of course, get some bat on ball. But it's a rollicking start here, 15 without loss after 5 deliveries. This over isn't completed. All the dramas, wides, you've had boundaries.
No balls.
No balls,
free hits. and as well an injured bowler being replaced.
Poor Donovan Strip couldn't even finish bowl the 6 deliveries of this over. Mr. Raymond has to come on and finish it.
So they're in the power play, and that was the reason for the no ball. And of course, the astute Mr. Wilson would have picked that up quite early and would have called for the no ball. He's driving.
Very nicely. That one goes to extra cover. Long off will come around, and they'll run back hard, and they'll get 2 lovely runs to end the over. At the end of the first over, it's 17 without loss to North Coast in this, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. Your thoughts on the start, Gordo Pier?
Yeah, well, it's definitely a great start here for the guys from the North Coast. They definitely have the Santa Cruz, basically the home team, under some early pressure. Of course,
At the end of the
Strip.
over, it's 17 without loss to the North Coast United.
So strip. Strip starting the over.
And we'll have to see how much of a big deal this is for the Santa Cruz team here. They've been stripped of their bowler, their opening bowler. Donovan stripping the first over. It's a really big concern here.
So Barry Nicholas, he'll take the new ball. He seems to be looking to bowl spin. Yeah, Barry Nicholas. Yeah. He seems to be a spin bowler, so he's gonna open it with spin. And that's gone all the way. So James greeting Nicholas with the shot over the top, over the middle fielder. So it seems to be a lot of aggressive intent earlier on here, Andrew.
Yeah, Terrence James, he's been looking forward to this tournament, clearly, because he started off in some rollicking form here. And it's been some really, really good cricket so far, some intense cricket from the North Coast boys. They've been asked to bat by Santa Cruz, Terrence James, and Nicholas following that up with a good Yorker length delivery there. That's what you want to see from your bowler here. And the Santa Cruz did look like they had a good young pacer here. I'm surprised that they're not using him in the beginning overs. This one is cut, and that's just past the field, that gully. That could run close to the boundary. It's a hard outfield. That will run into the ropes for four. Terrence James getting a bit of life with that one there. I think that was fairly close to the fielder, Gordo Pier. Let's have a look at this one.
Yeah, a hint of a chance. But he would have to do very, very good to really pull that one in. It was aerial for time, but I think it was in the gap. So James showing intent here.
Well bowled and well played. That's respect all round, Gordo Pier.
Yeah, I like to look at Terrence James here. He's playing the balls on its merit.
The sort of start you have here, 27 out loss with one delivery left in the second over. You don't have to do too much. And he gets a wide-ish delivery down the leg side. Called wide by Mr. Joel Wilson. James looks upset that he missed out there.
Well, it's called a wide, so Nicholas will have to do it all over again.
That's well bowled, well played. That will end the second over. After the end of two, it's 28 without loss. Good start here by the North Coast boys.
Yeah, very good start by these guys from the North Coast. The two openers here, Padella and James. James has been the aggressor. He's faced the majority of deliveries. That's Terrence James. He's raced on to 17 from 10. He's found the boundary very frequently. Well, it's going to be Padella who's going to face, not quite sure who's going to, the bowler who's going to be coming in from the northern end. As it's not going to be either Strip or Raymond.
Yeah, we'll confirm that bowler for you. And just like to let you know that we are in the Brian Lauer Recreation Ground, which is in the heart of Santa Cruz, Sambuco Extension, which is, of course, where the great man grew up, where Darren Bravo, Dwayne Bravo is from as well. Padilla settles in. Left arm bowler, that's a wild delivery. And he's pulled that over mid-wicket. That will go for four. The umpire also signals a no ball. We'll confirm that as well. Is it a no ball? No, the umpire does not signal no ball, but it's a loose delivery there from that bowler, Rajkumar.
Yeah, Rocky Rajkumar. It's been a very loose start here by the guys from Santa Cruz.
It is a no ball, my apologies. So it's 5 runs there and a free hit. So Santa Cruz electing to bowl first, and they might be regretting that decision right now, Gordo.
Yes, definitely. I think it's pretty strange.
Gets this one almost on target. It will run down to fine leg. He's lucky he doesn't get more with that. Terrence James will get the strike again.
So Rocky Rajkumar, he's coming from around the wicket. Right arm around the wicket.
Over the wicket now to the left-handed James. Not going to change his line.
He's still coming around the wicket, unless he's still coming around the wicket there to James. James they're making some changes in the field. Remember, it's in the power play, so there's some fielding restrictions. Oh, he's left arm over, so he's left-handed over.
Gets one past Terrence James there. Just to have a look at the field for you. There's a fielder out at third man, as well at long off. Mid-on is inside the circle. And then a fielder deep back with square leg, as well as square leg. This one, James trying to open up his arms again. Deep back with square leg, a fielder inside the wicket, and there's an overthrow there, so it's poor fielding there. And already the body language of the Santa Cruz boys seems to be like, well, we're going to struggle here today. It's going to be a long game today for them.
Yeah, they're just running through for a one. Oh, and it seems that the umpire has reversed that run. So the umpire has reversed the run. He has decided the ball was dead. And
Lovely delivery. Turn square. That might actually run away all the way to the ropes. Well, it's going to get very close. The outfield is very hard. Lackadaisical attempt by the fielder there. They come back for three. That's good running here.
Yes, some very good running though by the guys from the North Coast. They're getting 3 runs. The man at mid-wicket would definitely like to give out a better effort. That ball passed pretty close on the first attempt, and had he stopped it on the first attempt, it would have only been 1. Instead, he had to turn and chase. And this field lightly grass, so it's a lightning fast outfield. As Rajkumar continues to ring out the fielding changes.
I love your euphemism there, Mr. Pierre. Lightly grass. I would have said downright patchy. You'll get a zog from all these footballers. Rajkumar comes in, and this one is pushed into the. That's a good running there. That's really, really good cricket from the North Coast fellows there. Just a touchdown there by Padilla. He realizes James is a fireman. He's going to let him blaze that fire here.
Yes, definitely. He's playing the Shianka role here. So he's just playing it. The fielding side would be disappointed because that ball was played straight to the fielder. And they just pushed and run. So they don't seem to be, especially in the inner circle there, that enthusiasm in the inner circle. And they do it again.
Good running again. Really, really good running there. Soft hands by both James and Padilla.
Yeah, it's good batting and good running, but it's definitely poor fielding, because you got to be, when you're in the inner circle, you got to be on your toes. So after 3 overs, it's 39 without loss. A run rate currently of 13.
Yeah, so the North Coast team will be very, very happy with what's happening here. And right in front of our commentary team at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, we have one of the North Coast boys in his yellow jersey. He's shouting very, very happily. I'll be happy to see what is happening with Terrence James and Mr. Padilla.
As we see a beautiful shot there of the hills as we are in the Santa Cruz Valley. The house that just above the scorecard there, that's the house of the parent of the Bravo brothers.
Very nice.
Mr. Winston Bravo, but they shot really over the hills here in Santa Cruz. The beautiful.
Good delivery to start from the southern end here. And James wanting to come forward to that one, but then he went back.
So Nicholas.
And this one is full. And it's hit over long off. That has gone the distance. Just opening up his face there, Terrence James. He really looks like a good batter here. Is he signaling for another bat here, Gordo Pierre?
Well, he's already broken one, huh?
He's calling for another bat indeed.
And the DJ puts up the call security song. So I think call security for a new bat. This batter is on fire here.
Terrence James going for a record to see how much bats he can break today. Let's see what happens now. This one he's back, plays it back up to the bowler. A rare dot ball.
So Nicholas is going down the leg side, and the umpire Wilson just signals wide.
You can see why James is a little bit annoyed of himself for not getting that through the leg side, because I feel that short fine leg is very, very wide. Either side of him, there's acres of space to get runs. Back to this one, plays this one with respect.
Yeah, Nicholas has bowled pretty decently. The problem with him is he's given a lot of boundary balls. You know, he'll bowl 3 good ones, and then, so we're expecting something here. This time he bowls outside the off stump, left alone by James.
Well, of course, I mean, it is early days in the cricket season here at Gordo Pierre, so you'd expect these fellows to have a little bit of rust about them, especially the bowlers.
Well, they've played a whole season already.
And that one is through the mid-wicket region again. We'll see where this one goes, and that one is going to go to the rope. A lovely little flick there by Terrence James, perfectly square. And they're racing to 50 without loss. It's 46 without loss after 3.5. I think that, and that is 50 in 4 overs for the North Coast team.
So that's the 50 brought up in just 4 overs. As we see the Minister, the Honorable Dolly Gaspi. Dolly, sorry. Diane Gaspidoli, she's in green there. Just together with the North Zone President as they meet the North Coast team.
Well, this has been a rollicking partnership here. Terrence James setting the pace. Darius Padilla playing the perfect foil, you have to say, Gordo Pierre.
Yeah,
It's sort of what you want to see in this form of cricket.
Yeah, definitely, it's about partnerships. You know, the two batters can be going at the same time.
I guess in T10 they can be going at the same time. So
yeah, So it's from the northern end, but there's also a Nazarene church at the northern end, so they call it the Nazarene end.
No, that's lovely. I would have called it the valley end because we're in the lovely valley and you can see the mountains ahead of us. Looks like Rajkumar will continue.
Yeah, so he's going to continue. He's up against the Padella here. That's Darius Padella.
Padilla goes straight. Will the fielder get around? He does. Excellent work there. Just one. Unfortunately, I think they thought that was going for more than that.
Yeah, they were definitely saving their legs. You know, normally I don't want to degrade the level of cricket, but at this level of cricket, you like to save the legs. So if it's going to the boundary, you will stand up and admire it.
And of course, this outfield will be vaguely questionable, to say the least. A lot of patches, a lot of dust around. Could be some awkward bounce. So credit to the fielder. Both fielders are long on and long off out for Terrence James. Big swing of this one. I'm surprised he didn't throw his back out. He's walking away. I think he's walking away in anger with himself. I'm not sure. Seems to be a very emotional fellow, Terrence James.
He has definitely wears his emotions on his sleeve. He's up. He's hype about it. Good to see the youngsters, you know, fully committed. And they shot it in the air. Ah, the fielder comes. So they're able to get through for 2 runs there. So James, he's in the 30s and going really well here at 33 from just 20 deliveries. And
Big
there's a
swing again,
big
misses
offer.
out again, but they'll still get a run and it will be a bye. I'm really appreciating their awareness between the wickets here, Gordo. These two, they've started very, very strongly, and they're doing quite well. And the minister is actually wearing her Santa Cruz sport jersey. So the Santa Cruz boys have some good supporters there. You're wearing your Santa Cruz jersey, is that correct? Welcome, Minister. It's lovely to have you here.
Yes, yeah.
Raj Kumar to continue.
Oh yeah! You're back there, buddy. Back boy.
It's almost as if Padilla knew the minister was here and played a lovely classy push up into the mid-off region for a single.
And that's normally how he is operating. He just looks to get a quick single and then looks to get off a strike and let the other batter go in. So
I think Terrence James will want to pace himself here, because if he's in the kind of form that he looks like he's in, he'll want to bat long. He'll want to bat 20, 30 overs. He won't want to weigh himself out too much, swinging at everything. This one is a lovely flick, just behind square. That's off the toes. That is elegant from Mr. James, and that goes all the way into the front of the Mrs. Bravos for 4.
look at it here again. It was pitched up on the legs and a powerful flick shot. It raced away over the outfield and down to the boundary for 4.
And that will actually end the 5th over. After 5 overs, it's 59 without a loss. This is brilliant batting from the North Coast boys.
Yes, most definitely. As we see the church in the background here, what a picturesque view it makes here. That's the church just above the fire station out here in Santa Cruz. What a, the atmosphere here. It's definitely a great atmosphere, not only for cricket, but for living. I could definitely give up my home in Pity Valley for one here in Santa Cruz.
Well, the breeze and chill factor will certainly be a change, as well as the proximity to Maracas.
Yes, definitely. Very picturesque here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in the heart of Santa Cruz, a ground that has made a number of West Indies players, the two Bravo brothers most recently, but you can also go back to the great man himself.
But yes, settles. Nicholas continues. This one is up in the air. Carve. Bit of an outside edge into the cover region. Are they thinking of a second? They won't get a second here. Smart cricket there. A little bit of a moral victory there for Mr. Nicholas, getting one off the edge of Padilla's bat. Padillas.
Yeah, Padillas. Yeah.
We're in Santa Cruz. You have to say it properly. Padilla.
Yes.
Let's get the Spanish tone going, Mr. El Piero.
Well, my peer is more French.
I think my translation was actually Italian, so I was totally off there, Gordon.
And a
big swipe.
And he's giving him.
Well, that's an unfortunate end for Terrence James. Yes, he is stumped indeed. He's again very emotional here. The first wicket falls at 60 for 1. That's all of a sudden. The Santa Cruz boys have something in this.
Yeah, Terrence James there.
James's innings has come to an end. Stopped out by wicketkeeper Cleo Burnley. First wicket goes for the North Coast United.
So Burnley there doing the stumping. Right. So Kaifa Hernandez is the new batter. Kaifa Hernandez, the new batter. So he goes in to bat. So James. As we see Kaifa Hernandez. So Kaifa Hernandez, as the score is 60 for 1. Hernandez here walking out.
57 for the loss of one, 57 for one to North Coast United.
Well, they're seeing.
Yeah, he certainly looks like a big character, Kai Hernandez, as his teammate says. He's a big hitter. And he's going to replace another clean hitter in Terrence James. So it will be interesting to see how North Coast do after the loss of this wicket. They had all the momentum. Well, they haven't lost all their momentum at all, but certainly James was the chief enforcer. You'll have to see how Padilla does here with Hernandez.
I don't know if he will change gears or if he will just continue to bat out. He was doing quite well, you know, just giving the single and allowing James to enforce here. Well, Hernandez, it's alleged that he's a big hitter as well. I think James, though, will be very disappointed that he didn't stay and bat longer. You know, it's 40 overs. We're not even past 10 overs yet, and you're already back in the pavilion. You definitely want to stay out there a bit longer. You want to bat. Of course, a quick fire to 37, but you'd have wanted to bat longer. You would have definitely wanted to get a 50. So it's, and that's a full toss, and he pulls it to mid wicket. So he gets a single there. So he's off the mark.
Starts off quite agriculturally, Mr. Hernandez, but effective nevertheless. Shot straight out of Farmers Weekly magazine.
Well, the fielder at Cow Corner who did the fielding. So it was both a agricultural swipe and as we call it, the Cow Corner. We call it that for...
Indeed it is. Padilla comes, and this one he's head straight up in the air, and that fielder at long off will take the catch. Long on, that's it. That's the end of Padilla, unfortunately. Trying to go aerial with that one, and they've lost 2 back-to-back wickets in this over, the North Coast, to peg them back at 61 for 2.
Yeah, he'll be disappointed there. It was down the fielder's throat. A good catch by the man out there. He was very close to the boundary, so he'll definitely be, he'll had that in his mind, but he settled his mind well, and he took a very good catch there. So 2 quick wickets. So
number 4 coming out for the North Coast is Mr. Akil Guerra. And this is what I was mentioning, Guadalupe, in terms of the awareness of the game. The start that they have, Padilla, that really wasn't necessary from Padilla.
Yeah.
He's good at nudging the ball around. He's getting good at getting signals. It may have been a bad delivery that sat up a little bit for him. So he was quite right to take advantage of it. But to lose 2 quick wickets, especially after Terrence James and the 2 set batters as well, it wasn't particularly sensible by Mr. Padilla.
yeah, definitely, and that's where players have to, you know, be able to read the state of the game. They'll have to see that there's no need. They're going at over 10 runs and over, so therefore 10 runs from 40 deliveries, that's 400 runs. 400, yeah. So there's no need for you to really, especially having just lost the wicket. James giving away his wicket really.
Yeah.
He played a big swipe, and he was just left standing outside. His good work though by the wicketkeeper. We must definitely give him a credit. And then it's soon after. So it's 2 wickets already in this over here for Nicholas.
And already his figures look that much better.
Yes, definitely.
2 for 22, 4 of 2.4. Left-handed Akil Guerra now in strike. He's going to face his first delivery.
He's long forward. Good technique though. He was long forward there, pushing it out into the cover region. No run resulted. And there is again just pushing it forward. So that brings the over to an end there. So at the end of 6 overs, the North Coast team, after being sent into bat, they are 61 for 2. Key Hernandez, together with A. Guerra at the wicket.
Yeah, so the Santa Cruz boys just able to pull back a little bit of that momentum, getting rid of the 2 opening set batters in that last over. You see a shot of this fellow here from North Coast sitting down in front of us and shouting encouragement to his team. I have to find out this gentleman's name and find out what number he's batting at.
Well, he seems to look like a big fast bowler.
Claude Devines. And
yeah, Claude Devines.
what number are you batting at, Mr. Devines? He's at number 8.
Well, he could be a bit of a all-rounder.
Yeah. Yeah, he's certainly not a number 11. He could probably hold the bat a little bit.
Well, it's going to be Hernandez who's going to be taking stride here.
It seems like we finally have some actual pace from the Nazarene end, as you dubbed it. As you see a bowler with a little bit of a longer run up, and he's replacing Rajkumar. As we saw in the starters over, Donovan Strip opened the bowling for the Santa Cruz outfit, and unfortunately he only bowled 4 deliveries. We'll have to see how much more bowling Santa Cruz has. High arm action. This is popped up in the air. It just turned into the square leg region. They'll get away for a single.
So it's Aaron Rosales, I think. Aaron Rosales is the bowler here. And he's coming in. Yeah, he's bowling with a long runner, but he doesn't seem to be much quicker than the rest, if my eyes are telling me correctly. So we'll definitely get another look at him here.
Some lovely breeze at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, strong enough to blow down our monitor board up here. Rosales coming in again, bounding, fast arms, rush. I think he's just a little bit skiddy here, and that one gets down to short fine leg. It's a very loping run indeed. You're quite right, Gordo, but those fast arms, I think he's getting it down a little bit quicker than the batters realize.
Yeah, he's coming with a long run up. Now, you know, in fast bowling, your runner normally helps you with bowling faster, but he's not taking much off his run really. It's a loopy kind of run. Let's take a look at it here again as Matthew brings us through it. Yeah, he's taking a couple steps and then he begins here. He's up.
This one is smacked past him, straight down to the long off region. Fielder picks it up. It's a smooth approach. I mean, he's not approaching the crease with anything resembling a pace. Really just as you said, a looping run. It's those arms that are very, very quick. It seems to be a fairly tallish fellow as well.
Yeah, he's tall. So he definitely should get some bonks.
Yeah. It's one of those interesting things how fast bowlers run-ups develop. I remember reading a story about a fellow in India, and because he bowled on the Maidans of Mumbai, and because there was a drain, this is a lovely delivery, turned into the square leg region. Because of the drains running along the Maidan in Mumbai, he had to kind of curve his run-up, and because of that, he had a curved run-up for all his life. So it's of course different things that would assist you. I mean, if you're accustomed bowling on a narrow street for so long, you know you're gonna have a very straight run-up.
Yeah, most definitely. You know, as with all things, it's all about comfort. You know, batting, we know about the awkward batting stance of Shivnarine Chandapal. We also know of the bowling action. You have the Malinga, etc. So it's all about comfort, really, for the player, what he's comfortable with. But in this modern day where there's so much emphasis on biomechanics, you want to be able to get the maximum pace from the motion, your body motion. So that's something that they try to always get, you know, correct? As we see streaming in here. Rosales. He's beating him for pace there. Big off outside the off stump there by Hernandez. So Rosales is getting into his job at present. He's getting a bit quicker, definitely.
Yeah. Certainly, as he's stepping up, he's just getting his line, his length, his rhythm right.
Yeah.
Of course, with fast bowlers, it's a lot about rhythm as well. It really, really is a lot about rhythm. And as you mentioned biomechanics, I always come back to my favorite story about one of my favorite fast bowlers, Jimmy Anderson, where biomechanics tried to change him, where it is his natural swinging body. This one is a little bit shorter, and he's get that pass, slap pass, mid-on, and he'll run into the boundary for 4 at the Nazarene end. Needs to keep it a little bit fuller there to that batter Hernandez.
Yeah, it was short. A short arm jab, really. He just rocked back and pulled it straight. It was a tennis bat shot, but it went straight back past the bowler on the onside and down to the boundary for 4.
Actually ends not too expensive over there, just 7 runs off it, 69 for 2. Actually 8 runs off it. I think that's one of the more economical overs there. So unfortunately, Rosales spoiled his over with that last 4.
Yeah, it's definitely something to talk about. As we see here, the houses are around there. You can see the meat. It's Cam's Meats. I went across there thinking it was a shop, but it's a meat shop there, that yellow building. It's right next door to the Brian Lara recreational ground here. And the house next to it, really, it's the Bravo's residence.
Nicholas will continue into his 4th over. 2 wickets in the last over. Guerra stretching forward, playing that back to the bowler.
Yeah, Nicholas has come back well. You know, he was a bit expensive. He was greeted by James with a towering straight drive over mid-off. But he's come back well. He's gotten the breakthrough for his team, and he's picked up 2 quick wickets. So his figure's looking quite sanitized there at 3.2 overs, 2 wickets for 24 runs.
Sanitized indeed, Gordo Pair. But of course, these batters in the middle overs, they have the time to play themselves in, Gordo, because it was such a rollicking start by James and Padilla. If you look at it, they brought up their 50 at the end of 4 overs.
Yeah.
Run rate has dropped slightly, but it's still a healthy 9.2. You won't say no to that at any point in a 40 over game.
Yeah. So Nicholas here coming back well. He's been bang on target. After getting those 2 wickets, he's definitely tightened things up. He's applying pressure there. Coming through on a wrong here now.
And a positive spring in his step as well. And really hitting his marks there. That's brilliant bowling here.
He's bowling quite well here, Nicholas. He's definitely pulled things back, and he's looking like you want to get him. Is it going to be a maiden? Yes, it's going to be a maiden if he gets this one correct. So let's see how he can finish off. Oh, and it's come off the toe of the bat. And it's gone for 4.
Yeah, that's gotten through mid-wicket. It's a wide delivery, straight down the leg side. Guerra got something on that one and just turned it behind square leg for 4.
Well, he was bowling beautifully, but that one kept a bit low as well. But it was heading down the leg side. Guerra did well to get the 2 batter onto the end of it and got it behind square for 4.
Yes, I'm fancy. I have to commend Mr. Guerra on his footwork there, because that was very fancy, because that ball, even though it was heading on leg side, it sort of dipped. It really, really dipped there. And that is an indication of the cracks in the pitch.
Yeah, so the power play is over there. So it's an 8 over power play. So the power play is over. So now there can be some relaxation over the fielding restrictions. You can put some more guys outside the 30-line circle. And Rosales looking to continue here.
Hernandez settles. There's a 3rd man and a fine leg as well as a fielder deep cover. Those are the fielders outside the circle. This one he's pushed into that deep cover region. Deep cover comes around, just a single. He rocked back quite nicely there, Hernandez. I think maybe he tried to hit that too hard, and that's why he didn't get too much on that.
Yeah, Rosales is bowling well. I think what he's doing, though, he probably just had a yard or so too short. I think if he pitched it up a little bit more, he'll be able to get something out of the wicket. Of course, his team, they won the toss and inserted North Coast. I think they would have expected to be better position at this time.
As he adjusts to the left hand, and that's a lovely cover drive by Guerra. Half stopped in the cover region. Excellent dive there. They'll come back for 2. That was a very classical shot there from Guerra, and excellent feeling by that field in the cover region.
Yeah,
And I think that might be the old man Nicholas.
No, that's showing who is in the cover region there. Showing Raymond. So showing Raymond there, making a good stop. I think the guys will take umbrage to you calling them old guys.
Oh no, Nicholas is also wearing red shoes. That's why I saw the red shoes. This one is a bit
good
up
shot.
actually. And this one is through the extra cover region. Won't quite get to the boundary. Raymond is after that one again and picks it up nicely. That's really, really good batting from Guerra. He's working the ball around. He's trying to get it into gaps. He already has a bit of a start, 10 off 12. And not trying to go at that ball too hard. And I think they might ask Raymond to stay out of that extra cover position now.
Yeah, and he's showing good technique, this Guerra guy. He's solid in defense. He also has a very good cover drive. And, you know, cover drive is always a good indicator of an all-round cricketer. So, you have to see his 360 range of shots. That's a good comeback delivery there by Rosales.
Good adjustment from Guerra.
Yeah, he came forward and had to rock back. He was pushed back, really.
It's good that Guerra is staying crouched at the crease. If you notice him, he's not trying to get up to. He's staying low, and with that crouch, he'll be able to unfurl himself. You know, it is easier to get up than it is to go down.
Yeah, most definitely. So Rosales.
That crouch again, able to turn that delivery down to the square leg region for a single.
They'll only get one.
Good throw in there.
Good throw from the man there at the backward square region. Rosales looking to get a breakthrough here. Taking his time to get back to the top of his run. Hands on his knees. Probably an indication of the fitness level.
Long on goes out for the right-handed Hernandez. Rosales runs in but isn't quite ready yet. The third man and the fine leg remain in position, as well as that fielder at that deep cover position. If you get it over the extra cover man, there's acres of space on that side going up here.
Yeah.
The leg side is fairly well covered. Square leg fielder. Mid-wicket. Drifting down leg, full delivery. He'll run the leg by.
Yeah, good running between the wickets there. It's been really a hallmark of this North Coast team. They've run well between the wickets. They've took some singles that I didn't consider singles, but it has been safe. And it has not even been close, really. So that brings the over to an end. So at the end of 9 overs, the North Coast team, after being inserted, they're 79 for 2 here.
And again, one of the more economical overs from Rosales, because he only went for 6 runs in that over, so it was a really, really good over. But still some good batting there. I definitely think Rosales is a little bit better when he pitches that ball up. When he tries to pitch short, it seems that they kind of get away from him. Those full deliveries, he beat the outside of Hernandez back.
I think what happens, fast bowlers at this level of cricket, you don't normally get those quicker bowlers. So Jordan Osuna, he takes up the attack from the southern end. I saw him in the warm-up. He seemed to be a brisk.
Yeah, he definitely seemed to be quite a nippy bowler. A very economical run-up, you have to say. It's a straight direct approach to the crease. Thank you very much to Mr. Devine for passing on the information as necessary.
Yeah, so Jordan. Yeah, this is a very good. I was interested in seeing him. I saw him warming up, and I was pretty impressed. That's a full toss. It's hit down the ground. Only one run it will be. So Jordan will have to pitch, because no matter how fast he is, if you bowl a full toss, you're going to get the treatment. He's lucky to have only gotten one from that. And now he's up against Guerra. Akil Guerra has looked composed thus far. So it's Osuna. Nice rhythmic approach. And he's opening the face there. Good fielding in the outfield there. So the fielders are warming to the task here, Andrew Chan.
Yeah. A delicate shot there by Guerra. Love how he opened the face of that bat. Created that gap fielder. Was it? It wasn't a diving stop. It was more of a sprawling stop, you'd have to say. But certainly something that will raise the morale of the fielding team when they see one of the big fellows getting down like that.
And it's a full one again, and straight down the ground. The fielder coming across. And they both left it for each other.
I actually think the fielder behind was trying a little bit of fancy foot movement there.
Well, he left it for the one coming out wrong from mid-on, from long on. Sorry, he left it for the one at long off, and then he had to bring in the big old boot.
Trying that chop there, that didn't quite work.
Yeah, and the ball getting past him, and now they have to go search for it.
Well done by Hernandez, though. He threaded that needle quite nicely.
Yeah, definitely.
It's straight back past the bowler. But
Well,
I can understand. I mean, Osuna, I think he's striving for that Yorker length against Hernandez, because we've seen that Hernandez, once you give him the space to free his hands, he's going to free his hand, and he'll free his hands for some great reward. He's striving for that Yorker length. He's striving for that full length.
Yeah, he's definitely trying to get that full length. He's missed his length on a number of occasions, going at just a bit too full. He'll have to pull it back a couple yards or so.
Hopefully he can make the adjustment there.
He
Well
struck
done.
him.
A thought of a pad there.
The inside edge. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. You heard the two songs. But Hernandez, he's offering big. It's go hard or go home for him. And there he goes again. This time it's straight. It's gone all the way.
Picked up that one nicely, did Hernandez. Just got underneath it just a little bit. And he's such a big fellow, he really doesn't have to put all his power to get it over the ropes, does he? Oh, just a free swing of the hands.
Yeah.
And he's rehearsing it. He's rehearsing it with a little bit of a ballet hop, but that ballet hop was not employed in the shot. Unfortunate here for Osuna, because he's losing that momentum that his team was able to get this one coming down into the leg, and they'll run a quick single here. Shy of the stumps. Good stop with the feet by Burnley. Else that could have gone in for some extras there. At the end of 10, it's 92 for 2. 9.2 run rate, the North Coast, after being asked to bat by the Santa Cruz Association. And I think Hernandez was hoping for a water break there, because he took off his helmet and was ready for it. But Joel Wilson, the ICC license umpire, had to tell him no. He'll have to wait 10 more overs for that. As we catch as Matthew Rajaram, to add insult to injury, has a shot of a supporter imbibing in some local beverages.
Well, he seemed to be passing on some encouragement. So 10 overs go on the North Coast team, as we see some of the beautiful shots of the area around. Not quite sure where that is, but Andrew is definitely, it's closer to the home of the other Bravo. That's Dwayne Bravo, that is, up in the valley area itself. Yeah, so such a beautiful area here. Well, it's Hernandez retaking his guard.
Rosales will continue, and of course it's something that you would expect here from the north zone, that you'd cricketers with Spanish last name, Rosales and Hernandez and Guerras.
Yes,
Rosales to continue. This one's a nice little push. No, it's dribbled into the leg side. There's no run for Kaifa Hernandez.
Yeah, Kaifa Hernandez. He loved that big offer. He definitely is not. He's not gonna do it in bits and pieces. So he's streaming in here, Rosales. There definitely was 2 songs, so you could have heard the bat and then pad. A loud appeal though. Rosales stands hands akimbo, hands on his waist.
You're watching the North Zone Cricket Council, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board 40-over tournament, and you're watching the North Coast United take on the Santa Cruz Sports Association. Santa Cruz Sports won the toss and elected to have a bowl first, as we'll have a look at the teams. This is in actually Group C of the tournament, and it's a no ball here by Rosales, so it's a free hit here for Kaifa Hernandez. In Group C, Santa Cruz, Shannon, Glenora and North Coast. In Group B, Savannah Boys, Barataria Ball Players, Combined All Stars and Pool 9. And in Group E, Police, Invincible, Boog, Malatres and Paragon. Your thoughts on this competition, Gordo Pierre?
Well, the North Zone is always a very a tight competition. You know, there's a lot of good cricketers in the North Zone. I remember the last time I played in North Zone a long while back, 2015.
Up the pitch is Hernandez, and that gets out delivery. Misses out there.
So he misses out on the free head there. Yeah, and we know this season that Ian Wason, I heard he was in training last night at the Oval. Yeah, he also worked with us here at Cricket 360. Well, the last time I played was in 2015. Paragon won everything in the North Zone. We were up for promotion.
That's a short delivery, and that's helped into the square leg region. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. It looks like it hit the cone on the flush, and yes, it's definitely 6. Hoiks away there by Keith Hernandez. Take a look at this one, Gordo Pierre.
And it's a no ball as well. Well, he has a ball. I don't know why he's taking back his hat.
All sorts of going on here. Mr. Gaskin is having a conversation with Joel Wilson, who I saw indicated that the ball seemed to be over the head.
Well, it seems like he's injured as well. Oh, 2 no balls for height, so he has to be replaced. Oh, so he has to be taken off. So you're not going to see a Rosales again. So
that's unfortunate. That's the second bowler that the Santa Cruz team will have lost now.
Yeah, it's really a comedy of errors.
That one's full too, and that one's pulled through the mid-wicket region. That will run down to corner for 4. Hernandez is enjoying himself out there in the middle, taking up exactly where Terrence James left off.
Yeah, it was a full toss there. It's meat and drink for a batter under charge. So Hernandez there, he rushes to 26. That's the bowler there is Sherwin Raymond. So Sherwin Raymond finishing off the over for Rosales. He finished off 2 overs thus far. Yeah, so it seems to be he's the finisher. Normally we have that in batting, but it seems like he's finishing overs for men who have to finish because of injury or some other reason.
Big swing again. This one's high in the air. This one goes over mid-wicket. That's a towering 6. Keith Hernandez is enjoying himself out there. Raymond versus Rosales. It doesn't matter who bowls. Keith Hernandez will smack it out of the ground.
Well, when we asked Mr. Claude Devines, for a little background on Hernandez when he was going out to bat, he says, "All I can tell you, he hit big." Well, he's definitely answering that call. He's definitely been hitting big here today.
Yeah, he's run to 36 of 19, and that run rate has immediately spiraled to above 10 runs and over again. At one point, they were pushing, I think it was about 12 or 14. Yeah. He's getting them back up there, Hernandez. Akil Guerra, very, very stylish on the other end. A well played 12 or 15. Want to see more of him. And he goes again. This one is even higher. This one is even squarer. It just about stays in the ground. And that's another towering 6. 116 for 2, the North Coast, after 11 overs.
So it's going to be the water break now. So we're going to have the water break. It's signaled by the umpire. So we go to the break. When we come back, we have more action live right here from Santa Cruz.
Test it. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay, watch. My test. Test. Yeah. One. Is as I play down the whole. Your option is. Tell me. You getting it? Yeah. Wait.
Welcome back to the action here. And to the North Coast. Osuna is continuing from the southern end of the ground. Had a bit of trouble getting the ball to land for Hernandez. He hasn't had too much trouble with the left-hand Guerra. Guerra swipes down the leg side, and that is a wide. Osuna will have to bowl that one over. At one dying on Guerra. He manages to get past the bowler as my co-commentator Gordo Pierre rejoins me after getting a photo opportunity with the minister.
Yes. My former schoolmate at UE. Yes.
Yeah, so this is the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament live from the Brian Lara Recreation Ground, named after the great man who would have grown up a stone's throw from here.
Yeah.
Probably played some cricket here, hit some lovely cover drives on this ground as well before it was named after him, I'm sure.
No call of a wide there. There comes the late call of the wide by Joel Wilson.
42 of 20 for Kaifa Hernandez. His manager Claude Devines is so happy right now. He can sit down and chew on some cheese sticks and relax himself.
We spoke also to Terrence James, the youngster. Oh, that's a big
It's
one.
up in the air. It's going to fall short of the boundary, but it will run into the ropes at wide long off. Picked up nicely by Hernandez. Just sat up well for him here. Free swing of the bat there.
Yeah. He's definitely gotten some good runs there. So he's racing on here early. And it seems like it's going to be a big score here for him today. If he can just bat another 10 overs.
Lovely delivery there. Osuna finally gets one on the mark. Keeps a little bit low there. For a big fellow, Hernandez got down quite well. He seems a bit lackadaisical when it's at the crease. But I guess he has those fast hands that that good batters are blessed with.
Yeah, languid. we prefer to say he's languid, not lackadaisical. Yeah.
Conserving his energy for the long run. A big swipe again on that one. I'm dribbled out in the extra cover region. Osuna will be glad to at least get those 1 or 2 deliveries on the mark.
Yeah, he's definitely come back well, Jordan Osuna. You know, his first over went for a bit, but he's back here. He was shocked for a 4 in this over, but he's definitely, he want to finish off this over well here. But this is the last ball in this over here.
Goes high, goes straight. Will that be 50? It is 50. I think that's a 6 there for Hernandez to finish off that over. Towering 6. 129 for 2 after 12. And a 50 for Hernandez.
And that's 50. So I think Jordan got the commentator's curse. We're now saying that he had improved his bowling, as his teammates there stand to give him yeah, Hernandez is rushed on to 52. He's been impressive early, as we're going to see a bowling change at the northern end, the Nazarene Church end.
Well, Rosales, who was bowling from that end, bowled 2 no balls and was taken off. So it looks to be, I think this is Raymond. Might be Raymond. We'll confirm who that bowler is. And it's Joshua Wong. It's actually Joshua Wong from the Nazarene Church end.
So Joshua Wong looking to come in here from the Nazarene Church end. Well, he's coming here to really, he has to pull things back, because Hernandez have definitely gone on the attack. Guerra, he's been quiet, you know, just leaving the attacking job to Hernandez, and that's good batting, you know.
So there's a deep backward square leg, mid on, long on, long off, I should say. Third man and fine legger in the field. Full delivery, and he's carved that square. Will it run away to the ropes? It won't. The fielder will pull that in just inside. They get 2 runs there. It's opening up the face gear using the pace that was on offer from that full delivery from Wong. Yeah. Wong line, Wong length.
Well, we see going on one of our cameras here, the president of the North Zone, Mr. Winston Sobers, an ace cameraman in his day.
Well, he would still argue it's still his day. Up here. That's good running there from those guys there. Able to pick up 2 with that little bit of misfield there down at mid-on.
Yeah, so our production going up in value here.
One can argue that this is his production as well. So he's gonna, Mr. Sobers is micromanaging for us there, up here.
Well,
and he's asking about payment, but he'll have to refer that question to Mr. Vinod Mamshan. I'll supply you with his email so you can send your invoice.
Yes, ace cameraman in his day.
Hernandez goes big again. This one is down to long off, I should say, and it's just a single. It almost seems like every time he's just winding up to smack this delivery. It's almost like he hates the cork ball here, Kai Hernandez.
Yeah, he'll have to reset though. You know, you've got to 50 in quick time. When you check it, just 12 overs gone. Your team is already at 133. You want to bat the 40 overs. At the rate they're batting, if they bat this 40 overs, you're talking about 300 plus. All right, so they'll definitely just want to consolidate here. Hernandez, he seems to be a guy like to deal in boundaries. If he just stays out there another 10 overs, he could be punching the air for 100, and his team could be very close to 250, 220.
Yeah, Guerra doing quite well as well. Not a bad over from Wong, just 4 runs from it. This one is back of a length and swiped ungainly by Guerra, back past the ball. I think he would have tried to hit that square, but maybe that feel a deep backward square, like putting him off. He still gets a single.
I think he lost his footing a bit there. Yeah, I think he went for the pull shot. Of course, at this level, some of the guys may not have studs, you know. So they'd be batting with probably just rubber shoes. And out there, as I had a look at the pitch earlier today, it's a bit dusty, a bit dry.
Full delivery, this is up in the air, and it's taken at that short extra cover fielding position. That's the end of Hernandez. Wong strikes. That's an unfortunate wicket for the North Coast. They slipped to 134 for 3. The end of Hernandez for well played 53.
So Kaifa there, he raises his hand acknowledging the cheers of his crowd. And just as I was saying, he should not have given away his wicket. You know, as another Guerra goes out to meet the other one, this time Kendall. So Kendall Guerra goes out to meet Akil Guerra. But still, Hernandez would think that he left some runs on the table here, Andrew Chan.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it was a shot that he could have gone for. It was a full delivery. Maybe try to hit it too hard instead of trying to place it over that cover region. Kendall Guerra comes out, and as far as I know from him, he's an excellent bowler. So I'll ask Mr. Claude Devines. I think you can class Kendall Guerra as an all-rounder because he's an excellent bowler as well, and he nods emphatically.
Right, so he's a right-hand batter, a left-hand bowler. So for him to be coming at 5, he has to be able to definitely bat well. And the early batters in this North Zone team, they've shown to be quite competent. They've been very aggressive, ultra aggressive.
And the second best over for the Santa Cruz outfit just happened. A 1 for 5 in that over from Wong. Nicholas had that over where he got 2 wickets for just 2 runs. So I think this Santa Cruz definitely, their bowlers have something about them. They just really haven't put it together in any blocks, and that's what needs to happen here. And no surprising here, we see the man Nicholas, 2 for 28 after 4 overs, coming back from the southern end. Guerra is still there, 17 of 21, a really well played 17. And that one keeping a little low there, trying to cut that one. Maybe a little too close to him as well, Mr. Guerra.
Yeah, it's to rush through as well. Nicholas, he doesn't turn the ball much, but he looks up to use the angle. He looks up, push it through. Oh, he stopped him. And he's giving him. The umpire, Mr. Gaskin, is it? He took his time at square leg and watched it and then decided that the foot never came back. From that angle, it's difficult to tell.
It's a really difficult angle for us to tell indeed, but Mr. Gaskin would have seen it quite clearly. Burnley with those quick gloves behind the cam. And again, the North Coast have lost their 4th wicket, and they keep losing wickets in blocks.
Yeah,
60 for 1, then 61 for 2, 134 for 3, and then 134 for 4 now.
So Junior James comes to the wicket. He's the brother of Terrence James. He comes at 6. And North Coast, they're slipping here to 134 for 4.
Yeah, considering Mr. Devine said he's a number 8 batter, before you know it, he'll have to go and put on his pads here. But he'll be hoping that, and once again, the Santa Cruz have a position to attack here because they have 2 brand new batters at the crease. Neither of them are faced with delivery, and that was the same situation that they had when they had Hernandez and Guerra coming in after the fall of James and Padilla. So it really seemed that if the Santa Cruz bowlers just really start to stitch. So yes, if the Santa Cruz boys really start to stitch those good overs together, build a little bit of pressure, then be a bit of an issue here for the North Coast team.
Yeah, it's. I'm a bit disappointed, that the set batters, they lose them together after they form good partnerships. Earlier on, we had James, the other James, that was Terrence James, and his opening partner, Darius Padilla. They had a good opening partnership. It was a rollicking opening partnership, and then they within the space of 1 run, both were dismissed. And then here again, I think within the space of 1 run again, they've lost. In fact, no runs.
No runs. Yeah.
They've lost 2 wickets, and there's 2 set batters.
Yeah.
So that's something that they definitely want to work on.
And it was a 70-run partnership, so it's slightly increasing in the partnership. The first partnership was 60, second partnership was about 70. 74 to be exact.
Well, it's going to be the other part of the James brothers. Yes, this time it's Junior James.
But I think what these 2 batters need to get in their head is that we still have a lot of time left. There is so much time in this game. It's only the 13th over. We're halfway through the 14th over. So there's, if my math serves me correctly, there's still 26 overs to play. There's still more than half of their overs to go.
That's off the bottom edge.
They were nicely. They'll get down for a single. And James, I think he connected his bat with his foot more than the ball there. We know that one hurts, Gordo.
Yes, that definitely hurts. But the bunion. Yeah, it's no life and matter. As you see him going down on one knee. Yeah,
Gordo Pierre showing off his medical prowess. The bunions.
Well, I should use the scientific term, the metatarsals. Talking about metatarsals, for those Manu fans, one of their players are out with his broken metatarsal.
You can talk to Jason Passad about that, our
Yes.
director and scoreboard scorer. Man of many talents there. Kendall Guerra, tall fellow, who take his strike at the Nazarene then.
Well, he had the he had the opening prayer, and he prayed quite well for us. He hoped that Cricket will be the winner, but I'm sure as he's batting here now, he's going to hope that North Coast is going to be the winner. He's up against Nicholas here. Barry Nicholas, he's just moving his feet around.
Good delivery from Nicholas to start up. Maybe slightly straight.
I think with a pitch outside leg.
Yeah.
Coming around the wicket, throwing around.
That long legs of Guerrero there, it will get him halfway down the pitch if he just takes a step. Good again, there's an appeal. Burnley's jumping up behind the stumps.
Well, yeah, two songs, but you wonder which one was first.
Yeah.
Whether it was pad before bat or bat before pad. Huh?
Excellent over there from Brian Nicholas. He's done really, really well. At the end of the 14th, it's just one run in that over as well as the wicket. Excellent stuff there. 135 for 4.
Well, Nicholas has definitely been the pick of the bowlers. He's 3 for 29. As we see North Zone chairman Winston Sobers taking out a drink of water as he multitasks here, providing some camera assistance as well as advice, expertise and advice.
Certainly our cameraman, Matthew Rajaram, is an excellent one, but will certainly benefit from the knowledge that Mr. Sobers will pass on.
Yeah, definitely, you know.
And of course he carries the name of one of the greatest names in cricket, Sobers.
Yeah.
So.
Matthew he has really improved in leaps and bounds. He's an excellent young cameraman. Able to find the stories, not only the stories, but also able to follow the ball, more importantly. Yeah, excellent young cameraman.
Excellent at everything he does.
Yeah. Well, it's Wong. And James.
Shy at the non-strikers end there. Guerrero's halfway down the pitch. They're still looking for that run. It's not there.
I think they wouldn't want to lose any wickets through the run-out route at this point. They want to definitely consolidate. They have an excellent run rate, 9.53. So they can use a couple overs, to just get themselves set. Judging from what we've seen from his brother, James, they seem to be very aggressive batters.
Well, if you really look at the score, I mean, if they get to 150 after 20 overs, yes, they would have slowed down that one. He's beaten outside the edge. Again, attempted. Well. The enthusiasm by James and the quickness of Burnley behind the stumps make sure that James doesn't go anywhere. But as I was saying, they have time. If they can get to 150 by the 20th over, consolidate, then they're still in a very, very strong position.
Yeah, definitely. They've got a lot of overs still. They've got 25 overs to go still. That's a lot of overs in a limited overs cricket. And you're seeing that they can hit the ball. The players have shown that they've got good sight, good hand-eye coordination.
We'll have to see how deep their batting goes, which is the other question as well. Good delivery here by Wong. That's tight on Joshua James's off stump, and he wouldn't get anything. Junior James, my apologies. It's Joshua Wong and Junior James.
Yeah. And
there's also Joshua James, who's a very talented all-rounder. Yeah. And I think he'll be playing in the Tri-Series tournament.
Hardly, yeah.
This one is a cracked past long on. I will get a single there. Unfurl there, James. Just wait to dribble out a long on. Didn't quite get his timing right on that one.
Yeah, playing a lot of good. The cricket here, I think it's a good advertisement for the North Zone.
From live football scores in the Premier League now. Aston Villa 3, Newcastle 0. Well. Chelsea 1, Brighton 2, Everton 1, Fulham 3, Southampton 0, Crystal Palace 2, Wolves 2, Brentford 0, Tottenham 2, Bournemouth 3, Spurs being very Spursy as usual. And that last one, Man City 3-0 against Leicester in the 52nd minute.
Yeah, well, the Man City team, they're keeping the pressure on Arsenal. It's not going to be easy. It's going to be a hard run home for them.
Nice push there by Guerrero up to mid-off, and there is no run.
Yeah, Guerrero, seems to be quite technically sound as we look at him here. But in the EPL, very interesting times. You see Chelsea, after putting in a caretaker manager, bringing back Lampard.
Well, this one is cut into the cover region, into the square region. Half stopped by the fielder. A bit full there. And they come back for 2. Chancy shot there by the air. Awkward for that fielder at the square, at the point position. That will end the 15th over. At the end of 15, it's 138 for 4. 138 for 4. Not a bad over again from Wong. He's followed up well. His first over went for just about 4 runs. And then this over, he just 3 runs in that over.
Yeah, Wong has been excellent for his team. Shocking that he came into bowl so later down. As we see, yes, a beautiful Mini. The Mini Cooper. You know, that's a vintage car. Yeah. It's too small for you. It's too small for you, Andrew Chad.
I can drive from the back seat, can't I?
I remember Matthew Harford. That's the nephew of Mr. Harford and the deceased Anthony Harford. Had a Mini. Boy, that Mini had a lot of speed.
Nicholas to continue. Nice shot by James, but straight back to the bowler. But I think they deceptively have a lot of space in them. Because Rowan Atkinson, of course, made the Mini famous with his Mr. Bean series. And Rowan Atkinson is not a particularly short fellow. This one is nice. This one is high. Will it make it to the fielder? It dropped short of the fielder long on. That one went very, very high in the air. Nicholas won't be too concerned about that.
I think Nicholas will be disappointed that the fielder didn't try to make it into a catch. It was up in the air for forever. But the fielder decided almost immediately that he will go and prevent the boundary instead of trying to get the catch. And Josh.
But they have to think smart cricket here, North Coast. Nicholas is the pick of the bowlers. He's already gone for 3 for 30. He only has 2 overs left. 2 overs and 4 deliveries left. Play him out. Just knock him around. Get a couple singles. Get your arm in, and then the Santa Cruz team is already pegged back with 2 major bowlers out, Strip and Rosales. This one down the leg side will get past Burnley. Wait for the signal from the umpires. They come back for 2.
Yeah, I think umpire Noel was signaling that. Joel Wilson was signaling that it would have been a leg by when they asked him the question. He says it's just going down the leg side. So Nicholas here, he'll have to try to continue. He's bowled well thus far. He want to keep on he want to keep up the pressure here. It's a good drive.
Well fielded by that fielder long on. It bounced very awkwardly here. Overthrow, no chance for the second. The keeper is almost at square leg.
They're disappointed with the fielders at the long off region. They find that they should have run into to attempt to make it a catch. The fans beginning to come in here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. Of course, it's a Saturday evening, and the fans now coming in as the weather gets cooler. They have just eat their Saturday lunches and come out to enjoy the cricket.
James cuts this one, but he cuts it straight to wide long off, and it's a misfield there. And they're giving up an easy second there. That was poor fielding. Nicholas gesticulates at the field. He's not happy with that one at all. I can understand the fielders are long on and long off when they kind of punch towards them, that they're a little bit hesitant because, again, the outfield isn't the greatest outfield. So you don't want to let it bound past you awkwardly and go for the boundary. But, yeah, they really need to keep the pressure on. This is at the time where their momentum is on the rise, Santa Cruz. Yeah. They don't want to let it slip at all. James goes up the pitch again and drives this one all along the pitch to long off. Gets another single. This time the feeling is a little bit better, and there's just a single. And that will end the 16th over. After 16, 145 for 4, 3 for 34 from Brian Nicholas. Excellent bowling from him.
Yeah, he's come back well, you know, as you see. Just the basketball court. Next door, that's basketball court. Nobody doubles up as the court for that they play small goalposts on. Yeah, there's big small goalpost competitions up here at the Santa Cruz Recreation Ground. Well, the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. Of course, this ground here, it's been a battle to get it to this state. They finally had it completed and handed over. Hats off to the minister, the representative, Dr. Diane Gaspidoli. As it's going to be James, he's going to face up to Wong.
This one is past the fielder, past the keeper, and now will run away to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, so James there. He got the outside edge, but it stayed down and it raced into the boundary fence for 4.
I think that's a ball that you would call a rat there, Gordon Pair, because it just dribbled really along the pitch.
Yes.
But I think it's an indication that the bowlers haven't targeted the stumps.
James. That's James who got that 4 runs there. He's on strike.
So when he's back to this one, plays it nice in the cover region. Again, another good run here from the North Coast. They're very, very good at running between the wickets. It's clearly something that they worked on. They put the pressure on the fielder there. But again, the bowlers need to target the wickets, because if you target the wickets and the way this pitch is playing, a little bit, I wouldn't say it's completely uneven, but there could be some awkward bounce. It's certainly not two-faced by any means, because we've seen that Hernandez and we've seen that Terrence James were able to get the delivery. A portly fellow, maybe news. Yeah, oh, lovely little stop there from the keeper behind the stumps. I don't know if he got an edge on that. That's excellent work there. This one's up in the air.
It drops safely.
Guerra pushes hard for 2 and gets 2 quite comfortably. At the end of 17, 152 for 4. 152 for 4. Yeah, so the keeper behind the stumps is Keon Burnley, has done really, really well so far.
Been excellent behind the stumps. In fact, he's executed 2 stumpings.
He's done so well. He isn't even on the Santa Cruz sports team list here.
Yeah, he was.
Nicholas to continue. Might bowl him out. James goes big at that one. Burnley again, quick behind that stumps.
Yeah, you can't allow your foot to leave the crease at all. He's definitely well behind the stumps. So it's Barry Nicholas. Yeah, he's bowled two balls in this over. 2 dot balls in this over.
150 coming up for the North Zone in the 16th over. And the 17th over, I should say. Full delivery, and he's able to swipe this one into the mid-wicket region. 2 fielders have to come off the boundary, and they'll run the 2 quite easily there. Not good connection at all by James, but fortune favors the batters, as always in cricket.
Well, it went into the open space there. 156. 6. Yeah. Yeah, you had to put 2 more runs.
Yeah. This one is pulled down to long on by James again. He'll just get a single. Are they looking for the second? Guerra says no.
Oh, he's 4.
Okay. We're up to 155 for 4 North Zone. Kendall Gear on 8. Junior James on 11. This one is flicked into the leg side all the way down to the boundary. The fielder at mid wicket, deep mid wicket. Oh, actually, yeah, deep mid wicket comes around and just a single again. And this is what I want them to do against Nicholas. Make sure that you get these singles. Make sure that you build your confidence. You're getting into double figures now. They have a platform that they can build on, because these 2 batters, I would say, have to go into the 25th, 30th over at least. Drifting down the leg, and they'll run the single here. Excellent batting here. Nicholas with the half throw, and they'll come back for the second. This is really, really good running here from the North Coast boys.
Yeah, they've run well. If it's one thing, I'm definitely impressed by their running. As you see, Guerra just applauding James there, as James signaled for some water. Of course, it's a very hot day here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
At the end of 18, North Coast United Cricket Association, they are 158 for 4. This is the North Zone Cricket Council, Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. You are looking at Group C between the North Coast United and the Santa Cruz Sports Association. And some very, very famous club names here in Group C. So we have Santa Cruz, North Coast, Glenora, and then the famous club Shannon as well, which of course anyone who would have read Beyond the Boundary knows that Shannon dates back so long. In Group B, Savannah Boys, Barataria ball players, combined all-stars on pole 9. Wong to continue from the Nazarene end, and we're bowling to Guerra. It's bit of a bouncy one there, just getting an outside edge, runs on to third man, short third man will run. And in Group B, the Police will take on the Invincibles, Boog Mulatres and Paragon. So some famous names here in the North Zone.
Yeah, definitely. You know, it's good to see though that these teams, you know, the traditional teams, Paragon, Glenora, Shannon, these teams have survived, you know, and they continue to survive and strive in the North Zone.
Well played there by Guerra. That one kind of died on him. He dug that out along on for a single.
You know, but if the newer team, such as the Santa Cruz team, which would be a newer team, you know, coming into, but the traditional teams, they've definitely they've held their own. You know, they've been through the ups and downs. I always remember my time at Paragon. We had our difficulties in terms of there was much management around, you know, and this is something that's good that the North Zone have definitely worked on. We saw the comments on the press release where they welcome the sponsor Blue Waters, and we'll want to say thank you to the Blue Waters who have partnered with the North Zone, and they're calling for corporate sponsorship to come on board to help the clubs with not only refreshment but also balls and what have you. I think later on the president, Mr. Winston Sobers, will sing his story, tell his story for himself. But it's so important, you know. I always remember that was the year that my father had passed, you know, and I just went back to cricket because that was my first love. I really started to play football and had forgotten about cricket, but my father had passed, and I just really wanted to do something to ground me back, you know. And I went and played some cricket with Paragon. It ended up being a very successful season. We won everything that year, but we passed on promotion because we couldn't afford, you know, we didn't have the structures in place to afford to go upstairs, because at that time we had to pull our money together to get the when you're home, the home team had to provide tea, you know, tea and what have you. So the refreshments and what have you. So it's so good to see that the North Zone punching above their weight here, and I think it's really a good advertisement because they're pretty good players out here as well.
Good over from Wong, and he finishes strongly. Will just be a single off this last delivery of that over, and that will be 160 for 4 after 19. Wong 1 for 16 off overs. He's been the pick of the bowlers, other than Mr. Nicholas, of course, who's taken wickets.
Yeah, definitely. You know, he's come on and he's had some pressure. He's been economical. He's been on target. Nicholas has been definitely the pick when it comes to taking the wickets, but he started very expensively, but he was able to pull it back. As we see the church, I like to know the name of that church there, just nestled there in the northern range here. That's just above the fire station, if you know the main road here. But it's a beautiful shot, and Santa Cruz really a basket of talent.
It was interesting, your comments. You're talking about the cricket teams that have really struggled, and of course Mr. Sobers would know that during COVID-19 made it even more difficult. But it's good to see that out of the negatives of COVID-19, that would have helped with some consolidation and some honest thinking with these clubs, and they would have put systems in place to make sure that they develop to a certain extent and they don't slip behind.
Yeah, when you see a team who show up and they have more than 11 players, you know that's a very big plus. You know, it means to say that the team is doing something right. Yeah, normally, especially after the main part of the season would have passed, you know, you will see.
Nicholas continues from the southern end. Junior James opens up his hand, just pushes that up to mid-off, and again they run a quick single, and they'll get an overthrow because there was no backing up there. The fielder has to run around from square leg to pick that up, and they get 2 free runs here, which is something that Santa Cruz will be very, very miffed about, it would appear.
Well, you're looking at the score, 160 plus, so that's 3 runs there, so that's 163, right? So 163 in 20 overs. I wonder if this this Santa Cruz team could chase down that, because we have 20 more overs to go. You know, it's something that I find the feeling. You know, my personal feeling is that the feeling now, you know, feeling is something that you have to practice. But besides the practicing, what I'm seeing there is a lack of intensity, because the ball went out on the offside, and there was nobody backing up when the throw came in.
Well dug out there by Guerra, a dot ball here for Nicholas, and he will. This will be his last over, I suspect. 40 overs, so I don't think any bowler can bowl more than 8 overs.
It will be about 8 overs per bowler. He's done a good job for his team. Definitely, he's taking wickets.
He'd love to get one more here. He won't get it with that one. Guerra pushes this one down to long off. A lazy single. It must be good to be that tall, go to appear 3 or 4 strides and you've covered 22 yards.
You're there. It's not to be that tall when the bowler is steaming through though. You can't get out of the way. And he digs in one shot and you try to, you don't know whether to duck or whether to lean back. And the keeper
James is beaten there.
Keeper is very quick. Anytime the ball goes past the edge, he gets the bails off.
James has really chanced his arm here. He's really tried to play some shots that he's gone very, very extravagantly here. He's trying a little too hard here again. This was a nice push though, down too long on. Slight misfield. Will they get this second? No, they won't.
Yes.
Again, the question remains: how deep is North Coast batting, and how deep is Santa Cruz bowling?
Yeah.
This one is down the leg side, and he will turn that into the leg side, Guerra, for a casual single.
Well, we saw Strip. He was unable to finish his opening over. We saw Raymond finishing two different players' overs. Wong is out because of the 2 no balls. Raymond was taken to task by the batters present, so I'm not quite sure. Yes, as we see the Bravo resident there, the house of the father of Bravo, of both Bravo brothers, both Darren and Dwayne Bravo.
166 for 4 after 20. Very, very healthy score here. Remember, this is a 40-over tournament, so they can more than double that if they really wanted to. Brian Nicholas has completed his bowling spell, 3 for 46. He took 2 wickets in the 6th over to really peg back the Santa Cruz batting outfit, getting rid of Terrence James. He was stumped by Burnley, and then Padilla was caught bowling by Nicholas as well. Wong continues. And the third wicket, he got the wicket of Akil Guerra, who also looked quite well. He was stumped again by Burnley for 17. So yes, Nicholas finishes the spell getting the 2 top scorers, Terrence James for 37 off 23 and Hernandez 53 off 26. Wong continues, and again, you've been very impressed with Joshua Wong here, Gordo.
Yeah, he's definitely impressed me. He's come on. He's not even come on second change, but he's come on and he's been able to find the right line and length. He's been able to pitch on a good length. He's forced the batsman to play more often than not, and he's not giving away any extras. You know, that is definitely the Achilles heel of bowlers at this level. Yeah.
This one's a nice push into the offside. Misfield there. Will they come up for the second? They will get the second. Touch and run cricket here from Guerra. Excellent work supported by Joshua James. Mr. Junior James.
Yes, Junior James, Joshua Wong. Yeah, you know.
Why can't Claude Devines go in and bat? Because you can't really make a mistake with that name.
Yeah.
Claude Devines.
Yeah. But he's up to come in sometime shortly. He'll not want to go in anytime soon, though.
He's at number 8, so if a wicket falls, he might just have to go and pad up. Again, the awareness, I'm really impressed with the awareness of the North Coast batters. They were always on the lookout for a single. Then they were always on the lookout to put the Santa Cruz boys on a little bit of pressure in the field.
Yeah, and they have not reacted well to the pressure that has been applied, to be honest.
This one is short and this one is wide. Half stop by Burnley. This might run close to the fine leg boundary. They'll come back and the fielder stops it just in front. There's a bit of a question there because as his left foot sort of stretched out there, Gordo, it might have been just in line with the cones.
It's very close there, the fielder.
But the boundary edge is littered with cones. It's not littered with rope, so a bit difficult to tell that line. Free hand from one-handed tug to mid-wicket there by Guerra, and he'll get a single. It's been I think it's been a while since I've seen a boundary here.
Yeah, they've definitely pegged them back. If you see the run rate is definitely going down. So at the end of 21 overs, the score is 171 for 4. The current run rate dropping to 8.14. As we see here, the VIP section there. The Minister Advisor just organizing eats and drinks. The President, Winston Sobers, he's making sure that he has substance.
He has a long day ahead of him with the camera work and management here. And there is Mr. Winston Sobers in your camera, making sure that he didn't spill any curry sauce on his jersey. Osuna, it looks like it's coming back from the southern end. This might be a good change. It might just boost this young bowler's confidence. He was pretty expensive in his first couple overs. Kiefer Hernandez took a liking to him.
Yeah, it's Jordan Osuna. Yeah, Jordan Osuna returning from the southern end. As we see the elder Bravo. Mr. Bravo has entered the arena.
Short delivery, and Guerra just punches this one into the cover region. Just a single.
So it's James who's getting ready here. Junior James, JJ. Big
Flashed harder that one. Guerra very nimble for a tall man, getting his feet out of the way of that one.
He almost lost his ankles there. Yeah. He had his senior batter skipping out of the way.
I would have been ashamed if it had struck his ankle and he wasn't able to bowl, because I'm sure the North Coast United team will depend on Guerra for his bowling. Osuna settles and comes in again. Good delivery. Again, Guerra pushes it up, and he looked like he was short of his ground, but he's so long, Kendall Guerra, that you just had to stretch and bend a little bit, and he was safely in the crease.
Yeah.
None for 29 off 2.3, so his first 2 overs were really expensive. He went for 26 in those first 2 overs. So again, I think this is a good time to bring back on Osuna. That's to get him that little bit of confidence. That's a good delivery.
Probably just starting outside leg there.
Yeah, you're quite right there, Mr. Pay. He's going around the wicket to the left-hander, so it's difficult to get an LBW from that angle. That's a good full delivery. Just another push down the ground by James. It's
a better over here by Osuna. That's Jordan Osuna. You want to finish off the over here now with a good delivery. He's only given up 4 from the first 5 balls. So you want to definitely just pitch up here. And he'll take 1 run. Or a dot ball would be excellent.
I think, well, in all fairness, he's facing a much more sedate batter. Or sedate batters, I should say. Guerra goes at this one. Flashes outside the off stump, but Osuna will finish with a dot ball, which I'm sure he'll be very happy about. After 22, it's 175 for 4.
Yeah. The run rate going down quickly. Here it's now 7.95.
Action continues here in the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. North Coast United versus Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz won the toss, elected to bowl. Rajkumar. I think that is
Rocky Rajkumar.
Rocky
Rajkumar.
Rocky Rajkumar is back into the attack. None for 19 of his first 2 overs. So this is good. This is good cricket here from the Santa Cruz Association. They've been able to bring back down the run rate. So they're bringing back the bowlers that were a little bit expensive in the opening, as to see if they can coach through these middle overs.
He has been good captaincy by the captain.
Guerra, that one is swiped into the extra cover region. Half chance. It sort of spilled away. It sort of turned away from that fielder there. But he sort of went to the ground too early, I would think they're going to.
Yeah, definitely. Drop catches, lose matches, because that was a straightforward catch, really. You're feeling in the inner circle at just about cover region, and that ball really came straight to him, really. It was curling away, but he should have done better.
Nice shot by James. That's a straight one. Long on will come around. I think the second was on there. Guerra didn't seem too much interested.
Yeah, he definitely, he likes to jog those runs, you know. He's not running hard at them at all.
A lovely breeze here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. You might be able to hear it in our mics. Guerra unfolds and he goes straight. He goes wide and long off. The fielder dives forward. It was a good attempt, but he will still come back for a second. Tried to get that very, very good. He did well to get to that one, the fielder, but then just spilled out of his hands.
I think he responded late, early. The ball was up in the air for a while, and there's a one shot. So the one shot signal by the umpire. As you saw, the fielder that's showing there, he got his 2-hand state. I was showing Raymond. Got his 2-hand state, was unable to hold on.
So Guerra trying to start to open up now here. He's 20 of 29.
He's gotten 2 chances in this over. So
21 of 30, I should say. Yes, you're quite right. There was a run short of the umpire. But 21 of 29. Some adjustments in the field as Sherwin Raymond is coming inside the circle.
yeah.
And
Guess what? They interchanged 2 fielders. The first fielder who dropped the catch at cover, and he's interchanged with Raymond.
this one is straight again from Guerra. Long off will do the fielding. The fielder as well. Just a single there. Yeah, but that run rate has dropped dramatically.
Yeah.
Considering it was pushing 12-13,
Yeah.
and it was up to 10-11. It's down to 7.88, less than 8 runs and over.
Yeah, so they've definitely pulled things back. I think the Santa Cruz team would be the happier of the 2 teams at this point. James.
This one is up in the air, but it's flicked in between that fielder, deep square leg, deep mid wicket, I should say, and they run around for a single. But it's the platform that's being built here, Gordo, because if they can get, it's 181 for 4 after 23. If they can get to 200 at the 30 over mark, which you would expect that they would get to,
Yeah.
then you can lay that platform, and that last 10 overs, you can expect about 70 or 80, especially if Guerra and the other batters start to open up their
James,
arms.
yeah.
It seems that we're going to take a short drinks break here, so we will step away for a beverage, and we'll be right back with more cricket live from the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. And welcome back to the action here in the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. The North Coast, after being put into bat by Santa Cruz, a 181 for 4 after 23 overs. They had a rollicking start. Santa Cruz have slowed down the run rate. Osuna continue. This one is a full delivery, back of a length and tugged down to long on by Junior James. He goes on to 23. Kendall Guerra on 22 off 31. So no ball as well, so that's a free hit. Guerra has a chance to free his arms. Big swinging misses at that one. Well taken by Burnley behind the stumps. So Osuna survives that no ball. As I welcome back Gordon Pierre. Yeah. And Osuna definitely looks a little bit rattled. He isn't running in as smoothly as I think he would like. Yeah, that's a good delivery though on the line.
He was just reading the chat on the 360 page, and people were asking where we are, what country we are in at present. Well, we're in Trinidad and Tobago in the Santa Cruz, the Brian Lara recreational ground, different from the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, which is down at Aruba. This is in the hometown of Brian Lara in Santa Cruz.
It's a good run here again. Osuna with the shy of the stumps. James was already in quite easily. Good running again. It really is a wonderful venue, a wonderful location here, nestled in the valley of Santa Cruz. James pushes this one past the bowler. Will get that one down to long off for a single, dealing purely in singles now.
Yeah, they
really haven't been able to figure out these middle overs here.
Yeah, because they got a no ball and a free hit. And I realize that every time they get a free hit, they don't score off the free hit. And that's surprising, because a free hit, it's just that, a free hit.
Well played by Guerra. That's turned very fine. That might run close to the boundary. Will the fielder cut that one off? No, that's the first four we've seen in a while. Drifting down the leg side. Quick legs from Guerra to just flick that down behind square. Runs down to fine leg for 4.
Yeah, he's straight into the legs, and he's definitely just flicked it off. Getting 4 runs here. So Guerra is been patient. You know, he's set himself up for big innings here. His team will need him to do that, just that. As they got just about 16 more overs left after this one. So they'll want him to bat and bat deep. He's on 27. There he's opening the face. And they just jog through for a single.
And the misfield as well from Burnley, who's been excellent behind the stumps. And they get another free single there. They're creeping up to the 200 mark. And as I said, they would be, if they got to 191 for 4 after 24. So you were saying that if they got to 200 by the 30 over mark, which I'm sure they will get to now, then they're really in a good position here to launch.
Yeah, they could definitely, they've set themselves here. They've got about the innings quite intelligently, Andrew. You know, they started off quickly. Of course, in the power play, they're feeling restrictions. They had the frolicking James, not Junior, Terrence James. He got off that quick start, and then it was followed by Hernandez, Hernandez, who followed some of the youngsters here, looking to play some basketball at the outside. Probably will have some LeBrons coming out from there.
Rajkumar to continue. Well fielded at fine leg. A good running there. Yeah, so just to give you an idea of what has happened in this game so far, the North Coast were able to actually get to their 50 in the 4th over, 50 without loss. After 10 overs, they were 92 for 2. After 15 overs, 138 for 4. And after 20 overs, they were 166 for 4. So the wickets fell in pairs, really and truly, and there were 2 pairs of wickets that fell. This one's high in the air. Fine leg takes it. Fine leg drops it. Well, that could have been A big wicket there. Casual, very casual by that fielder, short fine leg.
That was Jordan Asuna. You know, before the game, I saw Jordan Asuna warming up. He's a youngster. He came early. He was stretching, but he's definitely got to work on being more consistent.
This one's up in the air and just past that fielder, short mid wicket. Will run close. There was a time for the second, but neither batter was really watching the ball. I think James might be a little bit tired at this time. Guerra settles again. Rajkumar's been a bit unfortunate against Guerra. I think he's had him close to being caught about twice or 3 times. Guerra this time plays that one calmly down to long off for a single. And maybe just trying to look a little bit more ragged in the field here, Santa Cruz. They've been able to peg back the bowlers the batting quite well, considering that run rate was hitting 10 or 11. James, a lovely little push there down to long on. Will they push hard for the second? No, they will not. Rajkumar comes in again. Guerra swipes this one. It's wide on the leg side, so you'll have to bowl that one over Rajkumar. Again, a good take by Burnley behind the stumps. $197 for 4. Swings at this one. Mid wicket comes around. Excellent feeling. Just a single there. And that will end the 25th over. After 25 overs, 198 for 4, the North Coast.
The North Coast have definitely set themselves for a big total here. A nice little partnership here again as well. So they've had 2 main partnerships. Now they're getting a third partnership going here.
Actually, as you mentioned, this partnership is worth exactly 54. Yeah. So the first partnership, the first major partnership was 60. The second partnership was 74. And this third partnership, big partnership, is 198 for 4. So they've done well in pairs. They've lost wickets in pairs.
Yeah, they've lost wickets. Between the first and the second over, the first and second wicket was 1 run, and then the third and fourth,
no run.
Was no run, yeah.
Osuna to continue. Credit to the captain for having faith in the young man. Been a bit rattled. He just dropped a catch off Guerra, which was a sitter, you have to say.
Yeah, definitely. You've got to take those at this level of cricket. You know, the ball was up in the air for eternity. So he definitely should have taken that. He's a youngster, though. He's enthusiastic. He's got a good run-up on action about him.
James with a wild swipe there.
Oh, and there is signal wide there by the umpire, Joel Wilson.
And that's a 200 up for the North Coast in the 25th over. 200 for 1. It's a really good platform. For 4, my apologies.
Yeah.
It's a really good platform here. Will they get to the 300 is a question that you should pose to Gordo Pierre. Don't pose it to me. This is a lovely flick through mid-wicket. They'll come back for 2. They're rushing for the 2 here. It's a bit of a wild throw, but it will only be 2 here.
Yeah, and the fielding of the Santa Cruz Association, Cricket Sports Association, has definitely let them down here today. You know, they've had some opportunities. They've put them down. They've also given up some misfields. He's beating him outside the off stump. James looking to... Junior James looking to really lost that ball there.
Yeah, you really have to watch out for those ratter deliveries, those ones that stay low. And if Osuna gets one on the stumps and James winds up to smack that wherever he wants to smack it, he will be in business because he'll be targeting the stumps.
And it's up in the air.
And the bowler won't come around to do it. You got a leading edge there. They still get the run. Excellent awareness there from the 2 batters. Just to give you an idea of the scorecard here, Terrence James, he was stumped by Burnley off the bowling of Barry Nicholas, 37 of 23. Darius Padilla caught off the bowling of Nicholas, and he made 25. Kaifa Hernandez, 53 of 26. He was caught off the bowling of Joshua Wong. And Akil Guerra stumped off the bowling of Burnley. Stumped by Burnley off the bowling of Nicholas for 17 of 22 deliveries. So Barry Nicholas, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 46 off 8. Joshua Wong, we expect him to come back because he will have a few overs in the tank still. And he was really one of the most economical bowlers.
Yeah, he came on and he did an excellent job for his skipper. He came and put the brakes on. In fact, when the team was scoring freely, the North Coast team was scoring freely, he came on and put the brakes on. He also got a wicket. So he did his job well. Nicholas, well, he's bowled out. He's gotten the wickets. He was a bit expensive earlier on. He was able to pull things back. Now they're expecting Osuna here to do the same.
Another low delivery, keeping very, very low, trying to cut that, going too hard on that one, Junior James.
And just as you've been saying, the ball have been keeping it a bit low, especially from Jordan Osuna here. He's got a slingy action, as we see some of the guys here just coming out, and they're sitting now on the roller, the heavy roller. A real community look to things here, as the older guys just come out. The sun is out, but it's not bothering them as they sit down and really enjoy the atmosphere here at the Santa Cruz Recreation Ground, the Brian Lara Recreation Ground here in Santa Cruz, in beautiful Trinidad and Tobago.
204 for 4 after 26 overs. The Santa Cruz outfit lost 2 bowlers. Donovan Strip, who opened the bowling, only bowled 4 deliveries before he was taken off, and then Rosales bowled 2 no balls in a row as Rajkumar continues. So we'll have to see how the Santa Cruz bowlers can close off this innings here. Rajkumar into his 5th over, so you expect that he would bowl his full allotment. Osuna more than likely will have to as well, and then we'll wait for the return of Joshua Wong. But they might hold Wong off to close off the innings. Yeah. Field spread far and wide now. Long on, long off. That fielder at deep extra cover. There's also a fielder at deep square leg. Almost a deep forward square leg. Oh, actually, that's deep extra cover for the right-handed Guerra. Swipes down the leg side. No, nothing doing there.
No call by the umpire.
Yeah, the crowd really building up here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. It's a lovely day for cricket. Guerra goes straight. Will he get it straight enough? The fielder's half-hearted attempt there from the fielder running around at long on. And it will be 4. The umpire is waiting to confirm.
It's either 4 or 6. And that seemed to be Raymond. Showing
and
Raymond.
It is 4. It is 4 from the umpire Gaskin signal. Lackadaisical there from Guerra as well, because the shot he didn't push too hard at it, and then the fielder sort of fell over trying to stop it. May have bounced a little bit awkwardly.
Yes, Guerra just pulling it out on the offside there.
Check drive there. And Rajkumar has the testicular fortitude that most men should have, because Guerra has been dropped about 3 times off his own bowling.
Yeah,
and yet he's coming in, he's still bowling at him, still trying. This is James on strike now. Good delivery. He'll get a dot delivery for his troubles and worries.
Some changes in the field.
Flicked into the leg side. There will be no run there for James. seems to be a very busy little character, always unfurling and unfurling his arms.
Well, he plays just like his brother. They're kind of mirror images of each other. Very animated characters.
Gets one into the leg side, and he will take a single. Wait for the single from the umpire. It is leg buys, and that will end the 27th over. After 27, it's 210 for 4. The North Coast United.
Well, North Coast looking to get a big total here. They're looking at anywhere in the region of 300, 310. So that is going to be very interesting. It's going to be interesting to see how the Santa Cruz Association takes place. The Santa Cruz Sport Association structured their run chase. Well, you've been calling for Wong, and here he's coming. He's coming from not the northern end. I don't want to say the wrong end, but he's coming from the southern end.
Well, whatever end he comes from, it will be the Wong end. We see how he goes. 1 for 22 or 5. And it'll be interesting to see how he adjusts to this change, Gordo, because he's been coming, as you mentioned, from the northern end, the Nazarene end.
Yeah, there's a strong breeze blowing from northeasternly across the field to the westernly side.
He starts on line immediately. Junior James can do nothing but push that back up to Wong.
Yeah, he's been excellent really for his team. Really, he's bowled at pace. He's not the express pace, but he's mixed it up. A bit of slower balls. More importantly, though, he's found the correct spot. He's got him.
Beautiful delivery.
Yes, that's problem for him.
And that's gone. That's the end of Junior James. LBW, that ball, a little bit of a ratter. And they say 2 Wongs don't make a right, but 1 Wong is a right man for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, he's definitely gotten him there. As we look at this one again. Yeah, he pitched it, kept it low. Yeah, it kept it really low there. It was almost going a bounce twice.
Unfortunate end for Junior James, and you're quite right, he's a mirror image of his brother. He strides off in the same emotional manner that Terrence James strode off. The new batter coming out is Mr. Ramon Diaz, according to Mr. Claude Devines, who's the manager. Oh, and he's a big fellow, so he's clearly the pinch hitter is coming out a little bit later in the innings now, and I think it's the right time for him to come out and sort of get that momentum back on the North Coast side. And once again, Gordo, we see a lovely partnership here. 134 to 210. Yeah. So they really put on a good partnership here. And what the North Coast will not want is to lose a second wicket immediately.
Yeah, they will not want to lose the 2 set batters at the same time. They've already lost 1. As we see Hernandez giving Diaz some instruction. He's probably just telling him what to look at. But we saw Jordan Osuna from that end getting the ball to keep low. And you said it, that if he only lines it up and it keeps low, he's going to get a response and get a result. And there it was. Wong just pitching it in line. It kept a bit low. He was struck on the toe. And he was given out.
Diaz settles himself here now. Joshua Wong, I should say, has been bowling really well. One of the pick of the bowlers here. 2 for 22 or 5.2. He drifting on the leg side a little bit, looking for that run. That run is definitely not on. And we're very privileged to have in our commentary booth here Dr. Nyan Gadsby-Donald. He's the Minister for Education, and she's very resplendent in a Santa Cruz jersey. Wong comes into bowl. It's a good forward defensive there, and they'll get off the mark there. Good fielding there, good running there, good pressure from the North Coast team. Dr. Gadsby-Doll, it's a pleasure to have you here on Cricket 360 and 360 TV. How are you enjoying the lovely breeze at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground?
I was sitting there and I was saying how beautiful it is to be here, enjoying our positive activities, seeing all the persons in my constituency engaged in this. Is really a nice experience.
It's lovely to have you here. And tell us a little bit about your constituency, about Santa Cruz. I mean, so many famous names have come out of this area. This
yes.
one is
Santa Cruz, and of course Cantaro specifically is very associated with wonderful, great names in cricket. Of course, we have Brian Lara, Dwayne and Darren Bravo, that are cricketers well known, of international renown out of Santa Cruz. So it's always been a symbiotic relationship between this community and cricket.
And let's talk about your relationship with cricket. How well do you know the game? How familiar are you with the game?
I have to admit my familiarity stops with my father, who is an avid cricket fan, and seeing him watching all the tests up all hours of the night, that's about the end of my familiarity with cricket. I can't say I know the game, and I don't know how to bat or catch well.
Well, what about bowling? Are you any good at bowling? No.
No better.
You look like you could be a good leg spinner.
Maybe if I get a little training.
Okay, we'll definitely talk to Mr. Sobers about letting you join a team.
I think so.
But you'll be biased because you'll be joining the Santa Cruz Association team.
Well, I will have a pick because I see Santa Cruz is involved, the North Coast is involved, and I also see that Bukmalatras has a team in this league as well. So therefore, I have a pick. I'm spoiled for choice.
At the end of 28 overs, there is still cricket going on. It's 212 for 5, the North Coast. And in terms, of course, it's lovely that Trinidad and Tobago is a small community, and you end up knowing so many of these fellows. What can you tell us about the players on the Santa Cruz side?
Well, I can't say I know many of them, but what I do know is that they have the youth cricket as well as the older cricket league. And what I admire is that we have persons coming from the youth and transitioning into the league, so the older league. So therefore, they have a continuity. They have a nice incubator type relationship, and I think that is wonderful. Many of the persons involved in it have been involved for years, just making sure to build the community. And I think that's very, very admirable, and it has all my support.
A lovely straight shot there from Kendall Guerra, straight down the ground. He's very laconic, he's very languid. I'm sure you'd have seen that very easy on the eyes. Yes, very, very, very tall indeed. He's also a very good bowler, so you'll be looking forward to seeing him in that second half. And in terms of, now of course you are the Minister of Education. Sport and education go hand in hand. How are you trying to incorporate more sport into your field, into the ministry and around, especially you're here at a grassroots cricket ground, and grassroots cricket and grassroots sports is what it's all about.
Well, the Minister of Sport and I just completed a study tour to Jamaica. This was the Minister of Sport's second trip, and this was my first, to look at their sport development program. And that is where I think we need to put the emphasis, and that's where the Ministry of Sport is heading, to put emphasis into sport development.
A lovely flick through the corner region there from Kendall Guerra, very languid, again all along the ground, a little bit of a fuller delivery, straight down the leg side from Rodney Rajkumar. Dr. Gadsby-Doll certainly enjoyed that shot.
What we've noticed in Jamaica is a definite thrust on exposure to sports, developing the young sportsmen that are identified in all the different areas, and positioning them now into the clubs where they can get that level of development. So that's the link that we want to make between education and sport on sport development.
Well, that is really, really good. That not only are you're looking at our neighbors, but you're looking at our very successful neighbors. You're not trying to take a plan from another country where it doesn't apply, and it's excellent to see. I want to ask you though. We see Jamaica, for example, when you look at their secondary schools track meet, their stadium is rammed. While we're getting a good support for these tournaments and people are coming out, how do we get our locals, the people in the area, to buy more into these teams?
Yeah, what has fueled that national popularity for their track meet is the fact that the students coming out of it, you have international scouts there, and so they have an opportunity to have a career in sports, and that is similar to our secondary school football. So you would see a lot of national popularity for that, because we have those persons we can point to, like Dwight York, Latipi and so on, who have come through the stream and have made it professionally. So it really speaks to our ability to make that transition between what happens at secondary school and professional level, so that more students in the country will be interested in, looking at what's happening at the level of the secondary schools.
Another good drive there by Guerra down to wide long off. They'll do just a single. And I think there's something about cricket that always brings the atmosphere, Dr. Gabriel, and I'm sure you would have experienced that even with this crowd, with this small crowd here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. It almost seems that the noise is doubled.
Very passionate, very passionate. And then Jamaica, their track and field meet has a 110-year history. So we have to understand it didn't start where it is now. So we also have to make our start and do, based on their experiences, the things that worked and what didn't, to build ours as well.
Yeah, it's quite a good point. But I think it's something to do. It's something to do with the Trinidadian psyche as well. I mean, it's sad to say we sort of don't appreciate our own until they sort of make it out there, and we need to start building them from the ground up, which is why I'm guessing that you would have partnered with the North Zone Cricket Council, and which is why you're here today. So
yeah, it's very important to have the support of everyone, all the stakeholders. So whether it's your representatives, your politicians, whether it's your community councils, the NGO, like the Santa Cruz Council that is in charge here, all of these things are important. Everybody coming together to lend the support so that we get, a buy-in from the community. And that's what we have to reproduce and multiply across the country.
And give us an idea of the of course you're in the public sector. Give us an idea of the challenges that you would face in dealing with the private sector and getting them involved in certain aspects that you may want them to get involved in.
Well, it's a matter of their buy-in and their willingness to use their corporate responsibility, whatever funds are allocated, to support a particular venture. Sometimes you find that certain business communities, they don't want to support certain things, they may support others. So you now, as a representative, you have to tap into the ones that you know they will support and the others who will support a different activity. So it's a networking game.
224 for 5 after 29 overs, and Diaz, a misfield there at mid-off, and the batters were able to get through for 4 runs. And so, do you? I don't. If you can forgive me for asking, but do you still reside in the Santa Cruz area?
I live in San Juan. I've always lived in San Juan.
Okay, so you're very close to the area, and you're very. What is it about Santa Cruz that every nation, every district, every village in Trinidad has its own vibe, has its own identity, its own culture? What is it about Santa Cruz that makes it so special?
Santa Cruz is, I guess, a village. It still retains, even up to today, its village atmosphere, which means that everyone looks out for everyone else. Everyone is very connected. You might have a lot of family connections as well. And that gives it a flavor of interconnectedness. It gives it a flavor of, sometimes a little village bacchanal too. And that has its own, that brings its own spin to the type of unique atmosphere here. And it is really a support. And there are certain things that Santa Cruz is very strong in. Sports is one of these things. Family events are one of these things. So, it's a very close-knit community. I think that brings a lot of unique characteristics to the interactions here. And they have a lot of strong families that have been dominant for many years and continue that. And they give back to the community, building the community and so on. So I think Santa Cruz has been blessed with that type of atmosphere, and it's very pervasive. Once you get into the community, you feel it, you experience it, and you have to know how to live with that and how to get the best of it.
Yeah, of course. It's such a wonderful area. And I mean, I understand in terms of the public sector, in terms of sport and education especially, there's a challenge in the sense that you have to, there's so many areas that you have to focus on. Of course, there are the cities and then the outlying areas, where Santa Cruz would be one of those. So many of our sporting people, they come from these outlying areas. You look at Shannon Gabriel all the way from Toko, Brian Lara, Darren Bravo, Dwayne Bravo. They're all from the Santa Cruz, they're from the country area. So in terms of bridging that gap between the support that you get in the centralized areas and the community areas, what is the government and what is your ministry and the Ministry of Sport in essence doing to work on sort of that gap.
This is really going to be led by the Ministry of Sport, but it's the same in other countries. In Jamaica, they speak about that. They tell you clearly that the best athletes come from the rural areas.
They do.
And some of it has to do with the pace of life and, you know, the hunger maybe of some of the people in the rural areas to get into the bright lights. So they latch on to these things, sports and so on, as ways to get them, propel themselves forward. In the urban areas, you have a different kind of focus sometimes. So really it is that the system of exposure, it comes through the schools in Jamaica, for example, it comes through the schools, but it is led by the Sport Institute. So they organize the meets, they send it communication through the schools and allow the participation coming through the schools, but it is a sport-led, Ministry of Sport-led type initiative. So really it is that partnership to ensure that the meets that take place do bring the students from the schools into the areas, into the participation. And so once they participate, then you can now say, okay, look, we have in this rural school these particular students that we have to pay attention to in these areas, and it's different things. So they have all the different sports represented. So that will be the push, actually, and making sure you have well organized meets that through the schools these students can participate in. And that way you can hone and find the talent in the different areas.
2:32 for 5 after 30 overs. This is the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. North Coast United versus Santa Cruz. We have with us the Minister of Education for Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Nyan Gadbudoli. We are coming to you live from the lovely Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz. 2:32 for 5, North Coast, after being asked to bat by the Santa Cruz Association. Lovely little push there, and Guerra gets another towering for misfield at the long off boundary, and they'll go up to 2:36 for 5. Even Dr. Gadsby Dolly, with a limited experience of cricket, might have been able to stop that one. Do you think so?
I don't want to say yes, sir, but it was hurtful to see it go down there.
Well, I mean, it's always one of the things. I love cricket. I've always loved cricket, but really and truly, it always amazed me that a cockball is one of the most dangerous things in the world, and then you play sport with it.
I completely respect the cockball. I can tell you my experience with it in primary school was not a good one, and therefore I respect every player here and their ability to stay sane while playing with a cockball.
This one is high from Guerra. He decides to not go for the 4 and not allow the fielder misfield. Gets it high over the field that long off, and that's a towering 6. All of a sudden, the North Coast are starting to open up their arms. Guerra's moved on to a well-placed 63 or 57. I think that's what all the noise was about. Everybody was acknowledging his 50. I was enjoying our conversation so much, Dr. Gadsby Dolly. In terms of your ministry, now you've been Minister of Education for, I think I make it about 2 years now. Going into 3. What are the major opportunities and challenges that you see in terms of changing your ministry and adapting the ministry into the modern era and ensuring that our students are educated and not just learn and regurgitate? Because I think that, to me, that's a major problem. I will say that I went to the local school system, and while I went to a very good local school, it was a system of learn and regurgitate. You know, you sort of learn it, you don't see it in action, and especially for science, actually. So we wouldn't get into the labs until we were in Form 4, Form 5. So what is the ministry doing in terms of expanding the opportunities for students to get better and excel at a higher level?
Well, I think we need to focus on the fact that some students do excel, some may not, and that is where the focus is. Equity, ensuring that every student can. And that is multifaceted. It has to do with the schools, it has to do with the teachers, it has to do with the facilities, it has to do with the type of training our teachers get. It has to do with school and discipline, it has to do with our parenting, it has to do with the associations that operate within the schools. So it's a multifaceted effort. And it also has to do with the systems, the need to transfer the digital systems to be able to access information that needs to be facile, reporting that needs to be facile, to engage our students who for 2 years of COVID were involved digitally, and therefore you need to change. So the biggest challenge will be change management. Managing that on the level of the teachers, the parents, the students, and most importantly, which I think is overlooked, the administration of the Ministry of Education. That is the biggest challenge, allowing persons to accept the fact that we need change and the willingness to make those changes. That's the process.
243 for 6 here. Rodney Rajkumar just taking a wicket here. He's bowled well without much success. He's got rid of Ramon Diaz, crashing into that stumps there. We'll confirm who the new batter is. So it's a very interesting, that's a really, really interesting point that you made there. And it's all about getting everybody involved and everybody on the same page. Especially, I'm sure the ministry would have issues with parents who sort of just drop kids off at school and they're not involved in ensuring that their children gain as much as they can from that education system.
Parents are part of the Education Act, and I think that maybe is overlooked. There cannot be and there will not be that type of transformative learning without the involvement of parents. So the most successful students, they have a lot of support from their parents, and that has fallen to the wayside, and it is not easily replaced. It's not as simple as the school must do more. Parents have to do a part too, and where that is lacking, we're going to have a problem, and you're going to see the impact on the school and the children and their performance as well.
A lovely shot of the Santa Cruz Hills here, which is where you get some of that lovely breeze that flows into this area. Daryl Dennison is the new batter in, and he's immediately off the mark with a turn down to square leg for a single. Now, Dr. Gadsby Dolly, another issue that, of course, would be concern to the ministry is physical education. Because, in my day, when I was a little bit younger, we used our recess and lunchtime to run around. We real run around. I got so much licks for sweaty back in primary school, it's not even funny. However, in the modern era, children, they're very technological savvy, but it's gotten to the point where they're attached to their cell phones and their iPads and stuff like that. So, is physical education a priority for the Ministry of Education in terms of adjusting how those systems are done?
Physical education has been a part of the curriculum and the syllabus for many years in the ministry, and it's something that is interesting, because when our discussion with Jamaica, they were moving to now introduce that to their curriculum. That has been a part of our curriculum for a long time, so you would know that students, you have a day for PE, you wear PE uniform and so on, and teachers are supposed to be able to carry the students outside and so on. At primary school, we may not have PE teachers, but we certainly have at the secondary school level. One of our valued Santa Cruz constituents, the father of Dwayne and Darren Bravo, availing himself of the facilities offered here by the North Zone Cricket Council. So really the push is now to transfer the emphasis not just on PE, which is movement and theory and so on, but sport development through the schools. And that is the push, I think, that the critical link that we need to make, and that we're working with the Ministry of Sport, led by the Ministry of Sport, to do that.
All right, Dr. Gadsby Dolly, you've spent some quality time with us, and I appreciate you answering all my questions. And we haven't lost the cricket. The cricket is still going on. 245 for 6 after 31 overs. We really appreciate your time here today, and we certainly look forward to seeing you at more of these North Zone Cricket Council events.
A pleasure, and congrats again for the wonderful tournament ongoing.
Thank you very much, Dr. Nyan Gadsby Dolly, the Minister of Education in Trinidad and Tobago. 245 for 6 after 31 overs. We're getting to the business end of the tournament here, of this game here. Kendall Guerra is still there on 64 or 59. Daryl Dennison on 2. 65 or 59. Daryl Dennison, the number 8 batsman, he's there on 2. Mr. Devine said he was going to come in at number 8, but unfortunately it seems that he's pushed himself back down the order. When you're the manager, you can do that of your squad. The North Coast, at one point, they were looking at putting over 300 on the board. They're getting a little bit closer. There's an appeal for caught behind, and that's the end of Daryl Dennison. Wong takes his 3rd wicket. Dennison caught behind off the bowling of Wong by Burnley for just 2. North Coast slipped to 246 for 7. Now the wicket starting to tumble a little bit here. The 6th wicket at 243, the 7th at 246, and number 5 at 210. Guerra is still there. Wonderful knock, 65 or 59. That current run rate is continuing to drop. It's 7.85. As I mentioned, we look at the scores here. After 5 overs, they were 59 without loss. After 10 overs, 92 for 2. After 20 overs, 166 for 4. So that was at the halfway stage of their inning. And so 300 is definitely on the cards here. But Guerra is still there, starting to get down to the tail end of their batting here. And we'll see what the batters are capable of now. The North Coast will want to use up all their deliveries. They wouldn't want to out before the end of their 30 overs. Wong to continue. This one is up in the air. And the fielder mid-off takes the catch. Wong strikes again. That's 2 and 2 for Joshua Wong. 4 for 33. That's Mendez goes. He's going without troubling the scorer. And all of a sudden, Wong, at the tail end of the innings, he's come back and he's really bashed the brakes here very, very hard on this North Coast innings. He has 4 for 33. Excellent bowling from him so far. There's 3 deliveries left. And we do see Mr. Devine striding out now. He's coming out at number 10 position. And he will really need to stick here with Guerra. I need to make sure that they'll use up all their overs here. Such a strange game, this game. Because at one stage you were 210 for 5. And that was in the 20th over. It's the 31st over now, and they've slipped the 32nd over, and they've slipped to 246 for 8. Really interesting stuff here. And you can hear the chatter around the ground. The fans and players alike, really, Santa Cruz, they seem to be going through the motions for a lot of this game. But Joshua Wong has come in 4 for 33. It's all about that medium pace. So just making sure that he puts his ball in the right areas on the stumps. Devine's a tall fellow as well, not as lanky as Mr. Kendall Guerrero. That's a good delivery, and that's gone. That's a hat trick for Joshua Wong. That's 5 wickets for Joshua Wong. That's 246 for 9. It's all happening here. It's a wonderful hat trick here for Joshua Wong. He first got rid of Daryl Dennison, caught by Burnley behind the stumps, and then Mendez was caught and bowled, caught at mid-on, and then Claude Devine's not troubling the scores either. That's a hat trick for Joshua Wong. 5 for 33 as well. Fantastic bowling by the medium pacer. He has really put the brakes here. And the North Coast in danger of not batting out their 40 overs. They're 246 for 9. This is such a strange game, Jason Passard. It seemed that they were headed for a total of above 300. And all of a sudden, Joshua Wong. Has turned this game on its head. They have 5 for 33, 3 wickets in that last over, and this over isn't completed yet. So he started this over at 245 for 6. It's 246 for 9. Craig is the last batter to come out. That's Tristan Craig. Been a really amazing bowling performance here by Joshua Wong. He just has 2 deliveries to finish it off. His spell, that is. He can very well wrap up the North Coast innings in this over. And as we mentioned, he's taken a hat trick. He got Daryl Dennison for 2, caught behind. Then Mendez was caught at mid-on for a duck, a first ball duck, and then Claude Devine's a rat of a delivery that stayed low. Wong able to pick up his 3rd wicket on a trot. That's a hat trick for Joshua Wong in this over, and he still has 2 deliveries to go. Tristan Craig, the number 11 batter. Well played. He turns that into the square region. They'll run for 2. They'll come back. They're coming back for the second. Will they come back for the third? The throw comes in. They won't come back for the third. The excitement around the Brian Lara Recreation Ground is palpable. The fans are really, really enjoying this game. It's all excitement here. 5 for 35, Joshua Wong. Can he finish it off with 6 for 35? And it's a caught behind. It's a field for caught behind. Nothing doing from the umpire. Joshua Wong will finish with 5 for 35. Excellent medium pace bowling here. As we look at the replay on that one. Tried his best to get an edge on that, did Tristan Craig. But the umpire on the other side, the ICC elite umpire Joel Wilson, said no. 248 for 9 after 32.
The score is 248 for 9. Wong bowling figures 5 for 35 or 8 overs.
5 for 35, Joshua Wong off his 8 overs. It's been an excellent bowling performance by the medium pacer. He's hit his mark. He stayed on target as well. Kendall Guerra, most unfortunate, he came in at number 5. He's 65 of 59. He came in the fall of the 4th wicket at 134. He's still there. It's been a really, really tough knock from him. The wind here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground is playing havoc with our equipment. My water bottle won't stand up straight, neither will the monitor, which has fall over quite a few times. Gear is up, and he drives this one square. In front of square, they'll push for 2. They'll definitely come back for 2. They'll get the second quite comfortably. Guerra will maintain the strike. And that's 250 up for the North Coast as well. Shows to keep going. He sprung that high in the air, and now will get past square leg for 6 runs. That's what the umpire says. Languid and laconical from Kendall Guerra, but he's not giving up. He marches on. There's a low delivery down the leg side from Rajkumar. 1 for 70 of 70.2. 1 for 76 that will go to now. No, he's still 1 for 70. Guerra goes up to 73. Well, good delivery by Rajkumar in the block hole. Dug out well by Guerra. And he will give Craig 3 deliveries to face. The field is closing in here for Tristan Craig, who is the number 11 batter for the North Coast team. A slip in place, a slip and a gully. A wild delivery down the leg side. It's a wide by signal a wide by umpire Gaskin. Rajkumar needs to keep his focus here because this is he really will want to close off the innings faster. The last thing you want to see is the tail wagging, especially a last wicket pair. Hit high in the air. The fielder's coming around. Drops just short of the mid-wicket fielder, of the square leg fielder. Deep basket square leg was running in. Craig comes back for the second. It's all happening here. Exciting times here in the North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. .260 for 9 and the tail is wagging. Craig, and that's the end of it. Rajkumar bowls Craig, and that will wrap it up there for the North Coast. They've been bowled out for 260. At one stage, they were looking like over 300 on the board. As we look at the delivery, a full delivery, Craig coming up the pitch. Burnley is ecstatic. Craig is bowled by Rajkumar, who finishes with 2 for 74. And it's a not out for Kendall Guerra, well played, 74 of 62. And we'll just run through the scope card for you very, very quickly here. As soon as I make my notes. The Rajkumar 2 for 74. So the opening play of Terrence James and Darius Padilla put on 60 runs. Terrence James fell first. He went for 37 off 23. Padilla, he was caught off the bowling of Barry Nicholas for 25. James was actually stumped by Burnley off the bowling of Nicholas. Kiefer Hernandez, an excellent innings by him. He made 53 off 26. It was a rollicking innings. He was caught on board by Wong. Akil Guerra was stumped by Burnley off the bowling of Nicholas for 17 off 22. Kendall Guerra not out 74 off 62. He had a good partnership with Junior James, who was LBW to Wong for 31 off 40. Ramon Diaz was bowled by Rajkumar. He didn't add many runs to the score. I think he only made about 5. Daryl Dennison was caught by Burnley off the bowling of Wong for 2. Mendez, and that is Justin Mendez, was caught at mid-on off the bowling of Wong for a duck. And to complete the hat-trick, Claude Devines was LBW off the bowling of Wong for a duck as well. Tristan Craig, the last man to bowl, by Rajkumar for 4. The figures for Justin Wong, 5 for 35 off 8 overs. Barry Nicholas, the other pick of the bowlers, 3 for 46 off 8. Rodney Rajkumar, very expensive, finishing with 2 for 74 of his 8 overs. And that's the situation there. 260 for 10, the North Coast, in being bowled out by Santa Cruz in the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament Group C. We'll take a short break and we will be back with more action in about 20 minutes time. Welcome back to the Brian Lara Recreation Ground here in Santa Cruz for continued coverage on 360 Network of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament between the North Coast United and Santa Cruz. So the news from the middle is that the toss was won by Santa Cruz. They put the North Coast into bat. They managed to restrict them to 260 all out in the 33rd over, I should say. And action will resume here with the Santa Cruz outfit needing 261 for victory. Andrew Chan in your company. Alongside me, Mr. Gordo Pear. How are you enjoying your time in Santa Cruz so far, Mr. Pear?
It's been an excellent, the atmosphere, the cricket. Of course, we had the minister, the MP for the area. She came and she was very hospitable, explained a lot about sports. But now it's the action back in the middle here. As we see, it seems to be James. It looks like the other James. That's Terrence James, who's going to open the bowling, and he's going to be bowling to Barry Nicholas. Well, Nicholas, he bowled well with his spinners. I think it was off spinner, but he'll have to set things up here. Of course, the Santa Cruz team, they've got 40 overs because the North Coast team was bowled out in the final over at the cutout point.
Here's James and Nicholas, and he hits that pass mid off the start. A bit of a swipe there, but Nicholas is off and running with 4. That's a good start for Barry Nicholas.
Yeah, definitely. The fielder seemed to be interested. It would have been a spectacular catch had he gotten anything to it. But he was up in the circle. Of course, it's a power play. So, only 3 fielders allowed outside the circle. Only 2 fielders outside the circle in the first 8 overs. And they are at long on and also at forward square. So it's James. He's pitching. He's steaming through there, James.
I think he got a bit of movement away from that one. Padilla is behind the stumps there. Had to sort of adjust to get and to take that one. Gets a cut on this one, pushes it into the cover region, and they'll get a single here. Devon Sween, we'll get a chance to see him here. Terrence James bowling from the southern end.
It is Terrence James, just confirming. It's Terrence James who has started. He opened the bowling and he opened the batting, and now he's opening the bowling. So a genuine all-rounder. Same could be said of Nicholas Barry Nicholas. Sorry.
And Kendall Guerrero, who will more than likely see with the ball later on. Lovely delivery. That's skidded through there from James. Beating all ends up. No foot movement from Devon Sween, though.
Yeah, he's steaming through here. James looking pretty quick. We've seen a couple seam-up bowlers. You can't call them genuine fast bowlers. But we've seen a couple seam-up, and I think James seems to be the quickest we've seen all day.
This one is hit back past the bowler. Long off is there in position, and they get a single. I think Terrence James is wearing conventional sneakers as opposed to the cricketing shoes. So imagine if he had cricketing shoes, how much better he would perform.
Yeah, definitely. You know, as a former, should I say?
I'm not sure. I think those are Air Jordans, but you are more
Air Force. It looked like an Air Force. And he's down the stick. Straying into the legs. Barry Nicholas, he's come to the party. He was down the track, stepping down the track, and just flicking off the legs. Look at it again.
Yeah, advancing on James. Just James trying to adjust, trying to get it straight on the pad, but was able to get inside the line of that one was Nicholas. And that ends the first over. It's an eventful first over. At the end of the first over, it's 10 without loss. And interestingly, North Coast had a similar start. They were 8 without loss after the first.
Well, in a short period of time, we're going to have the president, Mr. Winston Sobers. He's going to come and have a chat. Yeah, we have a chat with Winston Sobers, the president of the North Zone Association. As we see another good shot here of the Santa Cruz Valley. And of course, we want to hats off to the Blue Waters, the hydration team, hydration sponsor, Blue Waters. Also the Prime Minister's Sport and Culture Fund. As the North Zone Council, yes, cricket excellence as they try to, should I say, revive cricket in the North Zone. As the
manager Devines will be coming from the Nazarene end, and he'll be bowling to Devon Sween. Unfortunately, Devines was the man who confirmed a hat-trick for Joshua Wong. We'll be hoping to do better with the ball. Good delivery on the line, just outside the off, some turned into the gully region, and a single there for Sween.
A bit of a fumble there by Hernandez. Of course, Kaif Hernandez, he's scored a swashbuckling 50. A real fire-powered 50. He'd have wanted to stay on a little bit longer for his team, but he got them a pretty decent total. And Devines now will want to do the job with the ball.
Good delivery on the line. He's using his height well here, Devines, but he's pitching the ball up. He's trying to target those stumps, which I think was a mistake that the Santa Cruz bowlers did not do at the opening of the innings.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it seems like the North Coast team, they have bowlers that can bowl with the new ball.
Good delivery again. Well dug out. Nicholas, throw comes in, and it's a hustled single.
Yeah, good calling there.
The required run rate is 6.47, which is it's competitive, you'd have to say. 249 from 231, that's what's required. But a couple good overs here from the North Coast, and all of a sudden that run rate will drop. But then again, another swashbuckling over from Sween on Nicholas, and all of a sudden the stats have changed.
It's a nice flowing run up here. Devines, oh, that's a beautiful flick shot. He's straight into the pads.
All along the ground from Devon Sween. Lovely flick off the legs there. Gordon Pierre was purred when Sween played that shot. There we go. It's a full delivery as well. Well played by Sween, because he could have hit that anyway, but picked the gap wonderfully. There's acres of space there. There is a fielder now at the forward deep square leg position.
Well, he was always there, but he was just about 10 yards away from the ball, and he still couldn't get around in time.
Yeah, good shot there from Sween. Going for that swipe down the leg side again. Get a wide this time.
Yeah, so Devines just losing his radar there. He bowled 3 good deliveries up top, and then after, just unable to finish out the over, these last 2 deliveries, giving him some problems. He bowled a 4 ball, and then this wide.
Gets his radar back on point there, Claude Devines. And what do you think about this total? Do you think it's a stiff total, or will Santa Cruz be able to overcome it? Because again, they have their full allotment of 40 overs. Despite the fact that they went over, because there was some debate, of course, they went over their allotted time to bowl their 40 overs. However, because they were able to bowl out the North Coast, they haven't lost any overs. Good delivery by Devines to finish up. He beats the outside edge there. 1 delivery left in the over, actually.
No, that's the end of the over. It wasn't a no ball. It was a dot ball. So it was a dot ball, not a no ball. So Devines just finishing off his over. He would have conceded 7 from that over.
8.
Yeah, 7 from the over. So after 2 overs, Santa Cruz in reply, they're 17 without loss.
After 2 overs, it's going 17 without loss.
Terrence James to continue from the southern end. And that's Nicholas on strike.
Yes, some good bowling there. The fast bowlers from the North Coast, they've definitely been pretty impressive. They're quick. They also found their radar a lot better than the opening bowlers over. There's a beautiful shot through the covers.
At square, that will run very close to the boundary on this hard outfield, and it will get there. Nicholas gets 4 runs. 4 delightful runs through the square region. Just opening up the face of the bat there and carving that one through is a full delivery as well. That's a mistake by Terrence Shape, just too full for the batter.
Changing there as they put the 2 fielders out straighter, long on and long off, bringing them hard at cover.
It's good to see that the North Coast actually has a slip. I wouldn't call it a quite slip, maybe a very fine gully in position. We didn't see any of those close-in fielders here when the Santa Cruz outfit were fielding. So it's good to see that they're still trying to keep a little bit of pressure on it. Might be just trying to hide that fielder, we never know.
I think the quicks from the North Coast team, they generally kind of get a edge.
Well, they're certainly pacier than the Santa Cruz outfit because Osuna, you have to say, was maybe the fastest. He didn't even really hit his straps as well as he would have. Rosales was had a bit of nip about him.
Wong was not bad as either. But he wasn't pacey.
Well bowled there by James. Advancing down the pitch again was Nicholas. Dug it out well. James made the adjustment beautifully. And there was a smile and camaraderie between the 2 opponents there. Always good to see.
Well, when you're a fast bowler and the batter is giving you the charge, you know, you have to be his friend because you feel you're a fast bowler and the batter is giving you the charge. But the wicket, yeah, it seems to be quite a flat wicket, and it would have gotten flatter as they proceed.
Drifting on the leg side, well stopped by Padilla behind the stumps. I would have loved to have a chat with Joel Wilson at some point during this game, but of course he's out in the middle, so we can't get him up to the commentary position at this point. But it's really good to see him turn out here. Of course, he's an ICC elite umpire. This one, he's appealing for LBW, is James. That one was probably drifting down the leg side just a little bit. And that will end the 3rd over after 3 overs, 23 without loss. Not a bad start here at all by Santa Cruz. Certainly something to build on.
Yeah, most definitely. It's been a reasonable start for both teams. You know, the North Coast team, 3 overs. It's the run rate just about 7 a shade over 7 that they're presently going at. The required run rate just 6.43. Of course, the power play is normally the time when you get that run rate skyrocketed.
Devines to continue, starts on target once again. Good running here. Failed to pick up there by Devines. I think Sween would have been in trouble there at the non-striker's end.
Yeah. Had he been able to pick up cleanly, it definitely would have caused some sort of problem here.
And he would have had 3 stumps to aim at as well. But good running here from Santa Cruz. It seems that both the Santa Cruz and the North Coast Association have paid some good attention to their running between them, because that one was a rising delivery. Fending on that one was a little bit was Sween.
Showing some good hands though, the keeper. Yeah, Padilla, because he's standing up to the stumps. Not the full way, but just reasonable. Yeah, he's. Yeah.
I think it looks to me like Devines bowls a heavy ball, and you know what that heavy ball is when it comes on and it jars the bat. I think he's a tall fellow. He has those broad shoulders, And he's a fairly solid man. So I think he will get that ball to just jar a little bit. And of course, it's a new delivery, but I think I'm seeing more bounce with Devines than I've seen with any other bowler.
Yeah.
That ball that came up
Definitely
from Santa Cruz. I would almost like to say it's Colin Croft-esque, you know, that those weird, awkward shoulders.
Yeah, definitely. He's a bowler. He's giving us he's giving the batters, in fact, all that they can handle at this present time. He'll have to finish off the over well, though. It was these deliveries that he did get on target in the first over.
And
he bowled him. So there he looks. He takes out the picture. He celebrates. Well, we was asking him to finish off the over. Good. Well, he finished off excellently. Look at it.
That's a wonderful delivery. It seemed to maybe pitch on middle, but it was a full delivery, and it just curved away a little bit. Sween's looking to hoik into the leg side. They've lost their first wicket. It's 24 for 1.
So Sween goes. Santa Cruz losing their first wicket for 24. Yes, Brad Woodruff. So Brad Woodruff.
I want you to look close at the start of Devines' run-up because he's very twinkle toes at the start here. It's very and then he starts striding in. It's a very, very unique start to his run-up here. And Maddy Rajaram, our cameraman, decides to get a perfect shot of it just to show you. They're getting it in HD, 3D. Here, Gordo here.
Yeah, so it's a good wicket there. He's finishing off a very good over here. Only one from it. One on the wicket. He'll want to finish off strongly here to put his team definitely in the ascendancy. Remember, his team had a good opening partnership of just about 60.
Very tender twinkle toes at the start of his run-up before he gets into those strides.
Yeah.
A little stop on a skip. Well struck on half stop there by Devines. They won't get a run. Excellent job by the big man there getting down to the bowler's end. And I think he got a deflection onto the stumps. Excellent work. At the end of 4, it's 24 for 1. And after some words from Gordo Pierre, I will be replaced by the president of the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council, Mr. Winston Sobers.
Yes, the chairman. Yeah, so we'll introduce the chairman. So after 4 overs, Santa Cruz, they're 24 for 1. I think at this point, the advantage may just be to the North Coast team. I just don't know what to do. So after 5 overs. Okay. Yeah, so there we have continuing Mr. Terence James. So he's bowling to Barry Nicholas as we welcome the chairman of the North Zone, Winston Sobers. Good afternoon, Winston.
Thank you for having me. Of course, this is the opening of our 40-over competition tournament. It hit right here in Santa Cruz. Very picturesque, very lovely breeze. I mean, I'm sure you're happy to be here.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to see North Zone cricket is alive and well. You know, we're seeing some of the traditional teams, some of the newer teams continuing. 2 home teams, in fact, they're from the same electoral district. We saw the MP earlier on, and she had a beautiful interview. But Winston, as you look forward, you know, you've gotten to the 40 over competition. What's next for the North Zone?
Well, before going forward, you must look back. You know, we had a very, very successful league season where we had Police Sports Club winning that league competition. They will then move on now to the Premiership 2 coming out of our zone.
Right. So we have a 4 there. James, he'll not be a happy man. Yeah. A half-hearted attempt out in the the point region. And then he had to chase. He got 4 runs. So, not to cut you, the Police, they won the North Zone.
They won the North Zone League competition, very, very convincingly so as well. They actually demolished every team that came up against them. In some cases, you know, we were thinking of calling the police, but the police were already there. You know, so it was a very good season for them, and I wish them all the best going into the Premiership 2 division of the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board. Barataria ball players, they came second, and of course acquitted themselves very well as well. They have, of course, be starting their 40 over season tomorrow. And all in all, we had a very successful league season, which will now flow into this 40 over season competition. Sorry, you know.
Yeah, that one going down. I think it would go for 4 wides there. So it's going to be 5 runs. We look to see the umpire signal. Yes, umpire Joel Wilson says wide. So it's going to be 5 runs. So as you look forward to this competition, what can we expect?
Well, exciting cricket. We in the zone have been known over the years for setting a standard. And as you hear, we are trying to elevate that. And every year we try to do things better and better as we go forward. The 40 over competition last year, the eventual winners were Barataria ball players. And we thought it best to have an opening this year. So last year we only had all this pomp and a ceremony at the final. But we decided this year to have an opening. We invited the minister, of course, and we were happy that she graced us with her presence. And yeah, we try to do things every step of the way a little better than we did it the last time. So here we are at Santa Cruz with this opening, and of course it will culminate in a few days' time with the final being played. We don't have a venue just yet, but we're waiting to see who the teams coming into the final, and then of course choose the venue.
Okay. Now you're talking about the venues. Have that been a problem for you this season?
Very much so. We have been bouncing around, even with our youth teams, to get training facilities and so on. We've been moving from either Fatima or St. Mary's, sometimes the Queen's Park Oval, you know, so we don't have a home. And unlike a lot of other zones, we are not awash with a lot of different playing grounds or facilities. And the facilities that we do have in the north, they are oversubscribed, right? There's every single sport that you have to compete with in order to get, you know, some playing time or some practice time. You know, we are so happy that this year QRC came back into schools cricket, and the guys from Defence Force were able to fix up the wicket and so on. Through their efforts, we are able to get Queen's QRC as another venue to use as a practice ground and so on, and play some matches, you know. So we're happy about that, but we are always looking for areas that we can improve, and grounds is one of the areas that we really need to have improved.
While we're on that, we'll have to congratulate you for winning the Under-19 Interzonal Tournament. Congratulations there, the North Zone returning to supremacy. It's been a while.
Yeah, it has been. I think the last time we won that was in 2016 or 17 somewhere around there, yeah. With under the coach Andre Lawrence. And as a matter of fact, that he won the Under-17 year before, went up to Under-19 and won the Under-19 the very next year. So we have been in the doldrums for a while. We've won the Under-19 now, and yeah, I think our cricket is going up and up, even at that level. So we're trying to do a lot of things to improve the standard of cricket in the zone. and I think it's working.
Yeah, most definitely. Well, we have had a very good day thus far, but we're going on to the T20 tournament later on. Could you just give us a bit of an update, if any?
Well, surprisingly, what we've had to do this year is to limit the T20 to 10 teams. In the 40-over competition that is happening now, that has started today, we have 12 teams. So we're using this 40-over competition as a qualifier of sorts for the T20. So based on net run rate, the first 10 teams will make it into the T20. So there's a lot to play for out there.
A lot riding out there. Well, if you're watching the score is now 35-1 after 5.4 overs. The Santa Cruz team, they're responding to the North Coast team who bowled out for 260. So Santa Cruz, they have to get 261 in 40 overs. That will be interesting. The North Coast team putting up a bit of a fight here, led by their lead strike bowler, Claude Devines. He's definitely crying the fight. He's got 2 slips, not something you see very often. Not something you see very often at this level of cricket. There's a bit of spillage here as we continue here. The great winner, a blessing and a curse.
Yes.
It's a very breezy
day today,
as we see some of the nice shots of the surrounding areas here at the Santa Cruz Brian Lara Recreation Ground. Yeah. So, Winston, I must congratulate you for all that you've been doing for the zone, and you continue to push forward. Now I know sponsorship for cricket. Sport nationwide, I will say sport nationwide, and cricket in particular in the North Zone, I think it has been difficult to come by. I want to say hats off to Blue Waters for coming on board. And what are your plea to the corporate Trinidad and Tobago as you look to move forward?
Well, we've always been looking for and advancing that whole sort of sponsorship when it comes to the zone and cricket in particular. And we continue that fight. We continue to send out our letters and so on to corporate Trinidad and Tobago. But I must compliment the Sport and Culture Fund, who has been in our corner for the last, I say, 4 years or so. And of course, NLCB, another corporate sponsor that has been in the corner of the North Zone for quite some time. And of course, Blue Waters for coming on board and offering a kind of partnership where we can have some product, buy some product, and of course, refresh the guys out there. Yeah. Because of course you see how hot today is.
Yeah, quite important. When you look at corporate sponsorship and partnerships, in sport, we need to get the partnerships right, where the sponsors are able to get back something for
synergies. Yes.
Yeah, the synergies. How do you look towards the future to get that sponsorship partnership going right here in the North Zone?
I guess it's something you have to keep pounding the pavements. Okay, we have some very good products in the zone. This year in particular, we are starting a women's program, right, that we hope to get on stream very soon. We also have our academy, right. Just earlier today, we gave to the minister one of the jerseys that had the academy logo on it. We have not yet started the academy, but we are building towards it, and that academy really will speak to the players who are showing promise and getting them into that right space and frame of mind so that they can perform well when they reach that stage. So those are 2 of the projects that we have on that will drive us to improving the sport in North Trinidad.
Yeah, when I talk about academies, you get me excited. When it's sport, I talk about the youth in sport. The concept of the academy. What's the concept of the academy? In-house weekends? You're gonna have them in for weekends, or it's gonna be where they're gonna come in during the week and be trained? Can you give me
Right. It's an academy with a difference. It's not in-house.
Okay.
What we're trying to do is to identify the gaps where they are and work with these players. So, for instance, we're going to be teaching them about nutrition, about your training habits, right? Money management, things. Of course, there's the training, of course, the bat and ball and fielding and so on. But coupled with that, we're trying to build their mental capacity as well, right? So we will have psychiatrists working with them, people who can build their minds. You know, Brian Lara was one of the players we idolized in terms of his mental concentration, right? So we have to get our players back to that realm and train them from early to be that way, right? There are some who will come like Brian, you know, Dwayne and Darren and so on, who would come every so often, but then you need to train them. You need to put them into an area where they can learn how to do these things. They don't. It's something that can be taught.
Yeah, training. I am one always for training. I believe that you can train almost any skill or talent. So that's very exciting news for me. I hope that all the financial institutions, they are hearing that we're trying to get the youth to understand financial independence, being financially strong. So definitely there's a place where the corporate Trinidad and Tobago in terms of the financial sector could definitely come on board to provide the training, and of course they will get the youngsters. You got a customer for life. You got a customer from 14, 15 years.
And that's what we're going to be pushing to most companies, that you need to give back when they're young.
Yeah.
Or you know, give to institute, you know, the programs and so on, that we will get them to where they ought to be.
Yeah.
Because when you sit and look at the television and you see the faults of a player, you get annoyed as a West Indian, but what did you do to contribute to that player being better? And it's at the early age of their development that you need to put the finances and the effort and so on, so that when they reach that international stage, then they can make you, your community, your country and so on proud.
Yeah, definitely exciting times. You went on also the women. I also have a passion for women in sport. You know, the women in sport, the future is female for me. And definitely it's a time where throughout the world you're seeing that push forward, the female to really come to the forefront, especially in sport. Recently, the Ministry of Sport, they had their future is female program. So it's interesting to hear. I was down at the NCC, that's the National Training Center, and there was interesting games. You know, the finals of the T20 were played, and I was quite impressed. You know, but what I found that the younger ones, you know, they were far behind the older ones
in terms of ability.
Yeah, in terms of ability.
Yeah. Yes, and you'll find that because even in the North, one of the reasons I last year when we had our presentation function in Barataria Community Complex, I indicated to the audience that we in the North were looking to seriously look at women cricket, because there's no team from the North now playing in the women's league at the national level. So that is a focus of mine this year, to get that started. They can start at the bottom, yes, but it's to get them started and to have some continuity, right? Sustain it over a period of time so that players from the North can come to the fore and be able to represent Trinidad and Tobago too as well. So we're looking at bringing all these schools in, St. Joseph Convent, Bishops, you know, all the different schools, you know, in the North, get those players. We are even looking at past players to get them back into the North and rub shoulders with these younger ones, you know, and get that program up and running.
Yeah, that's good. That's nice to hear. Just last week, Melissa Aguilera, she was inducted
into the Hall of Fame.
The
ICC.
The MCC. That is, you know, that's massive. That's massive. I think we don't really appreciate how massive that has been, you know, for Trinidad and Tobago. So that's some very good news. Well, I'll just give you a bit of the highlights here or updates. We after 7.4 overs, Santa Cruz looking to get to 261. He's gone down there, the veins. Can we call that a chance, or was he taking the defensive action there? Look at it. It looked like he was taking a defensive action early, but it's a half a chance, definitely. But you know, the big fast bowler coming through and his follow through, it's definitely would have been difficult for him to take. It's a dot ball though, and dot balls are premium in this version of the game as he looks to finish off this over. He's up against Woodruff, and he's beating him all ends up. Devines, he's definitely impressed me as a medium pace bowler. He's been good in terms of his direction. He's also been good in terms of his pace.
Yeah, very much so. And this North Coast team has been a surprise. Actually, they in the league they didn't do too badly either, and now they're here giving a good account of themselves in this 40 over format. Because why I say that is because during the time of COVID, they weren't in the zone. They could not feel the team because there were several issues. Some of them being the fact that some of them did not take the vaccines and so on. So the year when we restarted, they didn't have a team in the competition, and this is the first year they're back, and they are giving a very good account of themselves.
Yeah, that's very good. Here we see some of the beautiful shots, you know, of Santa Cruz here. You've seen the greenery. Now you're seeing some of the scenery with some of the houses there. I could well imagine those persons living there and able to come out every morning onto the balcony to get the fresh Santa Cruz breeze, as well as the good scenery to watch down. You know, the view. Well, it's going to be the top scorer for the North Coast team. That's Guerra, Kendall Guerra, who's going to continue. He's going to go left arm, and he's bowling to Nicholas. Nicholas has gotten a little bit quiet, Winston. He started off on the attack, but he's gotten a bit slower in terms of his run rate. He's on 29 though.
Well, Barry Nicholas is a very, very experienced cricketer. And of course, at that age and stage, you need to shift your gears according to the game plan. So he would have gotten off that flyer. He's now consolidating, you know.
It's going to be difficult for him to get a LBW there coming left arm over the wicket. He'll be pitching outside the leg stump to the right-hander.
I'm surprised you can see that from here.
Judging from the motion of the batter, and I think we have this straight on camera here that will provide you with a bit of a.
And as we have that shot there, the stumps. If you notice, we are very international in our approach in the North Zone, and the stumps are labelled the 40 over competition stumps,
branded,
right?
Yeah,
and I must compliment Art Concepts because they contributed the branding on the stumps. I'm hoping that 360's cameras can go in a little closer to get a proper look at the stumps that we have there that was done by Art Concepts.
Most definitely.
And we have also stumps branded also for our T20 tournament.
Yeah, we're seeing it
there. Seeing that there, that North Zone.
North Zone,
40 overs.
Yeah, most
we
definitely.
do it very professional.
You take it to the next level. Yeah. Really, you've got a good support staff. When you see Amara Tusen, as well as
very hardworking group. You know, Ingrid Maxwell, Amara Tusen. You know, we have Mahabe Raghavan, who's our treasurer here as well. And you have the vice chairman, who's at another venue today, Mr. Gregory Wales. We also have Mr. John Barkley, who's our secretary. He's not with us this weekend because he had family commitments. But our committee, it's a very hard-working council, made up of very, very few people. But and of course, I must mention Ms. Indra Ram Singh Jofa, who's also the direct assistant to the chairman, right? She was our MC today, and she's very, 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 very instrumental in a lot of things that we do in the zone. She's always there.
Yeah, that's so good to hear. You know, the unit can only be as good as the team, you know, and it's good to know that you have a good team working with you there, Winston. Really want to thank you, you know, for spending your moments here with us, and I want to, you know, wish you to keep up the fight. You know, sometimes the fight is to create change and to bring something new and to the next level. The pioneering spirit. It's lonely out there. You know, when they watch your Westerns, when they went out to go to the West, you know, that spirit, sometimes you need to really. So I want to encourage you to keep on.
Keep it on.
And keep on fighting. Keep on looking for, you know, the North Zone is not really the bedrock of cricket. within recent times.
Yes, yes.
So you want to definitely encourage you to keep on going.
We're going up and up, up and up. Yeah.
And I want to thank you for your time.
Sure.
So Winston, thanks for your time. As we continue here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Of course, they're just approaching 10 overs. They're getting into the 10th over here. And looking to continue is Claude Devines as he continues from the northern end. The Nazarene Church end, as they call it here. And he's up against Barry Nicholas. As you said, he's been able to change gears, and he's definitely playing the game on its merit. So I'll excuse the chairman.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you very much for having me, Gordon. Gordon, yeah.
Yes, thanks very much.
Once a good footballer.
Yes.
So and North Zone is up and up, as I told you, and we're going to strive from strength to strength and get some of the titles that we are so deserving of, in the age group competitions, and of course to bring a higher level of cricket too when it comes to the clubs, club cricket. As well.
Definitely. Before I leave there, what is the club cricket? In the older days, it would be the young players who play in the zones, and the older players will come back and mix with them, and they would be able to mix and match and really increase them going forward.
Right.
Yes.
And we're trying very much to get that back and get younger players coming through. It's harder now than before, but we're going to keep on trying, and of course later in the year people can look forward to our T20 down at the Digger Martin Sporting Facility. It starts on the 12th of May, and we're going to invite everyone to come down there, and of course that's a spectacle that we started last year. And if you weren't there, Gordon, I mean, I'm sure people would have told you about it.
Yeah. Well, that's my hometown, really, Pity Valley, Digger Martin. So definitely, I definitely will be there this time. And for all the folks, remember, pencil it in, the 12th of May. That's when we start the action at the Digger Martin Sporting Complex. There, that beautiful facility down at the Bagatelle Road down there in Digger Martin. And I think that's going to be a very, very good spectacle as you watch Devines here again. So it's Devines to continue as we bid exit the chairman of the North Zone. He's been an excellent co-host, should I say so. I was almost tempted to give up my job and allow him to become the permanent commentator. Good voice tone. As I welcome back Andrew Chan. Chani gets in. I have to apologize, Chani. I forgot to keep your scores up to date. I was so caught up with the action, but I think you will continue from the 10th over. Not much runs scored. I finished the 5th over. And no other fall of wickets.
Yeah, it's been stable, if not extravagant, from the Cruz boys.
Yeah, the run rate is just bordering on about 5.
So in my off time, I was downstairs chatting with Sherwin Wayman for a little bit. So it'll be interesting to let you know that Jordan Osuno, the young fast bowler that we like, he is just 15 years old. This is his first season, so he's very, very green. As the 10th over ends, no, it's one delivery left. No, the 10th over has been completed, and it's 55 for 1. And this is the reason why I asked for these comparisons, because after 10 overs, 92 for 2 with the North Coast.
Yeah, they got off to a flyer early, so they definitely not going quite as fast, the Santa Cruz team, but of course they have got 7 extra overs because the North Zone team was bowled out. But that's very good news. That's very good news to know that the youngster is just about 15 years old. I think he has a lot of good goal potential. Because we saw him, he came to the ground early. He stood at the sidelines, he warmed up, he stretched, he did all the correct things. So he just has to keep on doing the basics. Of course, it was a rough day at the office, but those days, they'll happen ever so often. But I think he just has to go back to the drawing board. I saw 2 beautiful nets.
Guerra to continue. Oh, and a misfield again at square leg. The North Coast hasn't been spectacular in the field either. We saw some big mistakes from Santa Cruz. The North Coast guilty of quite a few of those as well. So yes, I was speaking to when Sherwin Raymond, he was also telling me that after a meeting with Darren Bravo has said he will be coming back to Santa Cruz to work with the club from next year and be one of their professionals to help them move up in the leagues, which is excellent to hear. And hopefully they get back to Premier 1, and then the bigger boys will really, really come in.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, that's a good plan. It's so good to know that as we saw this year, Nicholas Puran returning to his hometown. We also saw, I think it's Teron Hines also returning to his home club. So a lot of the players are returning to give back to their communities at younger ages. You know, normally they return after they've retired, but now they're returning in their twilight years, but with still a lot to offer on the field as well as off it. So that's good news, Andrew.
Yeah. So some good things from Santa Cruz Sports Association. They have 47 players on their list. As we watch Guerra come in again. Good delivery. Tall left armor. I love to see those tall left armors go up here.
Yeah, he's a very good all-rounder because he came and batted 5 and he top scored. He scored 74 not out.
Yeah, so Santa Cruz has 47 players on their list, which is really good. However, this team that they have for this opening game, it's a little bit of a cobble together. Some of their more senior players that they would have had have obviously other engagements and stuff. This one is high in the air. It's gone very high. It has the distance, and it's a towering 6 there from Woodruff to give the Santa Cruz team some much-needed momentum.
Yeah, they've definitely been a bit scratchy within recent times. But yeah, he went for the big hit. For a moment there, you saw Devines interested. But although he was interested, it was all that he could have gotten an interest. Couldn't get his hands anywhere near to it.
Tantalizing to say the least, go up here, because that one was in the air for, as you say, an eternity.
Yeah, good comeback delivery there from Guerra. He's a tall left-hander. Another space, yes, his 2 opening bowlers. But I think with his left hand, he may just get the ball to swing in or swing away from the left-hander.
Good push into the covers, and they'll get a single here from Woodruff. And that will end the 11th over. After 11 overs, there's 64 for 1 Santa Cruz. And our manager, friend Claude Devines, would have been happy with his opening bowling because he did quite well.
Yeah, definitely. He's been the pick of the bowlers for his team. He's been quick. He's been on the spot, as we see some of the guys here just discussing. There we seeing that would have been Rosales. Yeah, Rosales, who was taking off from the bowling. He's sitting there, probably getting some advice. He seems quite relaxed, no shoes on, so he's not going to have a bat anytime soon. Woodruff, Devines continuing. So he's bowling 6 on a trot. Not often you see your opening fast bowler bowling 6 on a trot.
And the North Zone official will come behind us and announce the score. 67 for 1 after 11 overs. I love how he casually walks behind us.
Yeah.
Good delivery from
it's gone all the way as well. So Woodruff looking to open his hands here. He's been patient thus far. But within the last 2 deliveries, he's accelerated with 2 big 6s. He's raced on to 20 from 21.
And the good thing about it is that with those 2 6s, they were hovering just below the required run rate. Now they're just about hitting that mark that they would want to hit in terms of the run rate. So that's good from Santa Cruz.
And he's gone again. This time it's bigger. It's into the road this time.
And that's big from Woodruff. He's going straight. Devines, I guess it's a commentator's curse from both of us, but that was a full delivery, losing his line there and getting tonked for 2 6s in a row. A good effort by the fielder running around there from long on, but nothing doing here. All of a sudden, Woodruff is up to 26 off 22.
Yeah, he's been able to bat himself in, and now he's looking to accelerate. I think, though, what would have happened here, don't want to say it, but Devines, for a big fast bowler, they bowl 6 on a trot in the modern game. I think it's a bit of a stretch.
Another wild delivery there, signal wide by the umpire.
Yeah, so
I think that's a very valid point, because I mean, while we're cool and comfortable and in easy breezy in the commentary position, it's a different matter out there, especially for Devines. He's been running in hard. He's using those shoulders, and he will be very, very tired.
Yeah, I would have definitely taken him out. And there is Woodruff going straight again. The safest place on the field, straight. So he's going straight. Brad Woodruff looking to accelerate now. Barry Nicholas, after an electric start, he's definitely slowed down.
Yeah, so as we look at the equation, it's about on as even, you'd have to say. Maybe Santa Cruz in the slight advantage simply because they've only lost one wicket. And in my discussions with Mr. Shu and Raymond, he said if they were able to get to the 20 over mark and hadn't lost any wickets, then they would definitely turn into sort of a T20 situation where the sort of manufactured attempted shot there by Nicholas, nothing doing. So a double commentator's curse for Claude Devines from both of us. We both said he was bowling really well, and he got hit for 2 sixes, one for each of us.
Yes, together add that a wide after his figures was looking so good. No call of wide there.
They're still not bad figures if you have to look at the shortened format.
Yeah, definitely.
It's still about run a ball.
Yeah.
But his figures would have taken a dent.
Yeah, would have taken a dent with the 14 runs from this over. His most expensive over yet. Just imagine he had 5 overs for 16 runs.
It's a good delivery, but going on the leg side maybe.
Well, he's coming from around the wicket. It's very difficult to get that LBW decision. Most likely he would have pitched outside the leg. I said that when the chairman was here, and he said, Gordon, could you see that from this angle? I had to concede that no, I can't see that from that angle, but most likely.
78 for 1 after 12 now. And so, yes, Mr. Raymond was saying that their batting is very good for up until about number 6. After that, it's a little bit of a touch and go. So I think he was saying that if they can get up to the 20th over and then sort of look at it from there as a T20, see what score they have to get. 183 off 168. It's hard to call this one. I think I would say it's on as even, maybe Santa Cruz slightly ahead because they've only lost one
wicket, yes. As we see some kids with a parent, they're at the play park, so it's a whole family affair here. They're more interested in playing than in the cricket, but that is what cricket and sport does. It brings out the whole family here. So if you want to come in, you could head up to the Brian Lara Recreation Ground here at Santa Cruz. So it's going to be Guerra. He's there gesticulating, moving his arms like a policeman conducting traffic on Carnival morning around the Savannah.
Well, I think it's his army background because he would have played with the army for quite some years, Kendall Guerrero. A military man. He hasn't been as good as I would have expected from him. He might be tired a little bit from his earlier knock. It's a good shot into the extra cover region. Woodruff is halfway across the field. The pitch. He's sent back by Nicholas.
Some good fielding there in the cover region. I think Nicholas will be more concerned with him getting to the other end than Woodruff. Of course, Nicholas not the youngest of guys.
So it's up in the air. And it's down to long on. Wide long on will come around. I think a golfer would be very proud of that shot. That was a lovely little chip there. That would have landed a golfer quite nicely on the green.
Yeah, definitely. The golf course not very far from here. Of course, just in Mocha, if you just go over the hill there. One of the more impressive golf courses in Trinidad and Tobago. Of course, the Prime Minister, Dr. Rowley, he loves to go on the golf course.
And I think the only free one or the only public golf course in Trinidad and Tobago, of course, Chagaramas, has a driving range, and I enjoy the driving range. That's always a lot of fun. Touchdown there by Nicholas.
Yes, so Barry Nicholas here is just taking his time. He's consolidating. He's realized that Woodruff is on the attack, so he's giving him the strike.
Yeah, these two have actually put on a 50-run partnership, 55, because the first wicket fell at 24 for 1. That was Devon Sween, who was bowled by Claude Devines for 6. It's the only wicket to fall. Lovely open face there by Woodruff, and it's a really poor attempt there by the fielder with the foot instead of going with the hands there at backward point.
Was the big guy Hernandez. I think he will be disappointed with that effort. And that's one thing about the shorter version of the game. There's not much places they could hide a fielder. You know, so the fielders definitely, they got to be sharp. You don't got to be the best mover, but you got to be committed.
And Hernandez is hidden now in a curly position.
Let's hope he got good hands.
Certainly has fast hands, as we saw in his innings, batting. So it's a lovely push into the extra cover region, and this time the spill is fully stopped. If we look at the comparison after 13 overs, the North Coast boys were actually 134 for 3. So really, really big comparison here in terms of runs. That's a good sweep there, good paddle sweep there by Nicholas. And the misfield again, they tumble over and they'll be able to come back for second.
Good effort though by the youngster. He was able to get something onto it. I think if it had gone past him, it would have been a chase to the boundary. So that brings the end of another Guerra over here, Kendall Guerra, as we see the umpire signaling for, is it the water break? Yeah, they're signaling that the next over will be the water break.
Both batters are on their haunches. Very, very tired now.
Yeah, before the over, 83. As we see some of the fans in the stands. Yeah.
Devines has finally been removed from the bowling attack.
So it's going to be some spin here. It seems to be the captain who's going to be bowling here. If I'm not mistaken, that's Darrell Dennison.
Pulls out the sweep immediately, Woodruff, and it's a wide down the leg side. Good take by Padilla.
Yeah, Padilla has been quite tidy behind the stumps. He's been, yeah, it's a wide delivery. Adding 1 to the total, they go up to 84.
And he guts this one through. I'll run down to the
Hernandez. Hernandez was chasing. Buys. We're definitely giving the commentators curse. He now gotten buys. So
yeah,
that's 2 buys.
there.
So it's 85. No, 86. 86 for 1.
It will be interesting to see what Dennison can do with this spin, of course, here, because it's the first time we're seeing some spin coming in. Yeah. And I think he might be able to just do something because he's a tidy competitor, and he'll get that ball on the line, on the length. And as I say that, he sends on another wide.
I think he got something on it. I think it's a leg by or probably a bit of bat on it. Oh, leg by, yeah.
Leg by indeed. Good call, Mr. Pierre.
Yeah, it seemed to have a bit of a deflection. Now, Dennison, a genuine spinner would have loved that pitch out there. You know, when it was sandy, you know, lots of cracks in the good areas. So a genuine spinner would get the ball to move. He'll get the ball to do just a bit. But Dennison, from what you've seen thus far, he's spearing it in.
Nicholas, good flick into cow corner region. Now, of course, this is a technique that you would see when the spinners get on top. The premier teams, the national team, they use their spinners and kind of run through these middle overs fast, quickly. It would be good if North Coast could do that, and let's put some extra pressure on Santa Cruz.
He's pulled him. So just as you said it, Dennison gets the breakthrough. He celebrates.
Yeah, it was a full delivery here. A lot of flight on that one, and that flight deceived Woodruff. Maybe try to carve it into the leg side as opposed to push it through the offside. And that is the end of Woodruff. A well played runner ball 29, and it's 88 for 2.
Yeah, so they're going to take the water break now, because the water break was. So they're going to take the water break now. We go to the break. When we come back, we'll have more action live right here from the Brian Lara.
Action resumes here after the water break with the new batter Cleon Burnley replacing Ben Woodruff, who was bowled by the captain Daryl Dennison. 2 deliveries left in the 14th. Could this be a swinging point in the game, you could say? We're just about on as even before that wicket. Maybe Woodruff was a little bit dehydrated and decided to swing for the hills when he really should have thought about the long game. It's a 40-over game. The Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board's North Zone Cricket Council, Group C. North Coast United versus Santa Cruz. Santa Cruz in the wicket. They are chasing 261 for victory. Cleon Burnley, the keeper, in with a very low stance, and he drives this one straight to short extra cover. There is no run. Dennison 1 for 2 so far. It is actually a no ball as well, so I think it's going to be a free hit. Dennison doesn't look happy about it. The Burnley has a chance to free his arms now. Tugged it in short and pulled to short mid-wicket. The fielder, a misfield there. The fielder from Cow Corner comes out and it's just a single. Some animated discussions going on there, going to appear. And he'll be able to catch it as he switched to cameraman duties now. Wide delivery by Dennison. This one is flashed down to fine leg, and that's 4 down the leg side. Coming off the rails a little bit at the end of the over, but he still picks up the big wicket there of Woodruff for 29. Barely gets things off and going on his account. Santa Cruz go to 94 for 2 after 14. At the same stage, the North Coast were 135 for 4. Eventually slipping to 260 all out after 32.5 overs. Surprisingly, Kendall Guerra will continue. Deep cover fielder goes out, as well as a long on and long off. And he's sending the fielder out as well to square leg. Forward square leg, deep forward square leg. A fly slip in position as well. The Barry Nicholas opened the batting with Devon Sween, and he's still there, 43. It's been a well-constructed innings. Quietly gone about his business, no big fanfare. Billy's able to turn this one into a forward square leg region, and he'll get a single. I'll bring Nicholas back into strike. This is a good tug down to long on there. Good fielding. Just a single there. Santa Cruz lost the first wicket with the score on 24. That one's been bowled by Devines for just 6. And Woodruff was the last wicket to go in the last over. He was bowled by Dennison for 29. Burnley gets an edge. Is that an edge? Excellent bowling there by Guerra. Well fielded at that fly slip position there was Hernandez. Oh, and he's bowled him. The third wicket falls, and it's another ball. Burnley is bowled by Guerra. And that ends the 15th over, 96 for 3. So the North Coast pressing home the advantage here. And I think that new batter coming out there is Mr. Sherwin-Raymond. Nicholas is still there, to the everlasting credit of the Santa Cruz team. Birdie looks very, very disappointed with himself as he trudges off. Kendall Guerra strikes in that last over. He hadn't bowled particularly well. Wasn't really beaten at any stage, but getting a wicket there. And interestingly, all 3 wickets to fall for the Santa Cruz boys have been completely bowled. Dennison will continue. Fielders outside the circle at cow corner. Deep cover. Long off and long on as well. Tugs it down short, and it's straight to the mid-wicket region there. Good piece of fielding. This one is turned quite nicely by Nicholas into that short mid-wicket field, and the throw comes in at the striker's end. Raymond had to put down his fast shoes there to make that. Santa Cruz are maintaining just about a 6 runs and over rate, but it's slipping as that required run rate goes up a little bit higher. 6.65 now. Turned into the leg side, and there's no chance for a single there down to short fine leg. Been really, really good bowling by Dennison. 1 for 9 off 1.3. Another one on the leg side. This one is signaled a wide. Forward to this one. Dennison holds his head as almost as if he had beaten the batter there, but the good forward defensive shot there from Raymond. Watching that ball very, very closely. There's a full delivery and it's gotten through the keeper. This could have run away for 4 byes. Will the fielder get onto it? The short fine leg does it. Oh, he tries to flick it backwards, but unfortunately it rolls into the rope. 4 byes. That's the 100 up for Santa Cruz. That will end the 16th over. At the end of 16, it's 102 for 3. Good attempt by the young fielder. He did get onto it. Unfortunately, with the flick up, he flicked it up as opposed to flicking it back. I think the technique is you sort of push it with your fingers back, Jason Posada, as opposed to cupping the ball and throwing it up in the air. And Jason's the expert there. It's not a flick up, you have to flick it backwards. The young fellow sort of flicked it up. $102 for 3 after 16. And here we see a shot of the man himself, Darren Bravo, the Santa Cruz boy. He's pulled up in just in front of his father's house here. Kendall Guerra comes in, and this one is pushed nicely through extra cover. Willis run around to the boundary. Long off comes around. Devines with his heavy feet stomps around and gets across there. Just 2 runs. That was a pleasant little drive there from Nicholas to take him up to 47. Yeah, Darren Bravo is pulled up in front of his father's house. We've asked his father to come and commentate with us for a little bit. He decides against it. And his jersey says, "Too blessed to be stressed," Senior Bravo. That's a quick single here, the 2-and throw, and Raymond was a little bit casual getting in, but he got in nevertheless.
Uncle, boss.
And we're joined here by Mr. John Bravo, the father of Dwayne Bravo and Darren Bravo. It's a pleasure to have you here, sir. And, this ground is basically a front yard because you live right around the corner as Guerra comes in. Big swipe there. That one will run through again for 4 byes more than likely. It's good to have you here with us, and you seem to be really enjoying yourself with your neighbors.
Of course. It's a nice day, and I'm enjoying it.
So tell us a little bit about the Santa Cruz vibes. What's that all about?
Concerning?
Just living in Santa Cruz. What's it like? I know
well, it's a nice village. born here, grew up here, and I see everything. And so far, we're still going good. Produce a lot of players, cricket and football, which I'm proud of.
And what about your own cricket, your own sporting career? What was your first love? Was it cricket or
No,
football?
well, I always like cricket. First thing. Football, I used to play a little football. You know, village football and then I used to save and then, but I was no good goalie, but the team I had. I saved in a competition, I get 1 goal. Because the team I had, I didn't learn to do. You know, football, you must need a goalkeeper, and they put me. But that is it. I did a little football one day.
Yeah, I was doing a little goalkeeping myself because I wasn't really good with the feet, with the feet particularly. But I hear you on the cricket. So which aspect of the cricket did you enjoy more? Was it the batting or the bowling?
Well, I used to do everything, you know. Bowl, bat, thing. Matter of fact, I used to bowl left hand and bat left hand. You put that right hand, yes.
Pace or spin?
Well, left hand spin.
Okay.
I used to bowl little medium pace and thing. Nicer bat. Thing.
And so, what about the boys? What about tell us about Dwayne and Darren? Did they specifically show this talent from when they were young?
From an early age. Dwayne, about 5 years, Dwayne studied cricket, and I told him, if you like cricket, I say if you like cricket, mister, you want a bat, watch Patton Gordon British. I told him that.
Just cutting across there, 109 for 3 after 17. Mr. Bravo, continue your thoughts.
Yes. But I used to take a set of guys on Sunday morning to have a clinic. I have a big son named Lyndon. He and then another nephew and a set of boys in the village. Every Sunday morning I take them to Harvard to train them, get coached and things. That was my joy. Till Dwayne reached age to go. And I took him there. And from Harvard, he ended up in Queen's Park. Kentucky man wanted him.
Daryl Dennison will continue from the Nazarene end, because this which end would you prefer to bowl from, the Nazarene end or the southern end?
Well, I bowl anyway, and I don't bowl end, and anyway bowl like me bowl. I bowl. Yeah, I don't bowl end. With this thing they have no end and then I give me the bowl, I bowl.
And what about Dwayne? Now, I mean, as fans of the game, as West Indians, Darren, I should say, we see the two of them, and you sort of see Dwayne, the exuberant character, Darren, the sort of quiet guy. Are they that? Is that their personalities in general?
Yes, well, Dwayne more Dwayne different than Darren. Darren more cool, but Dwayne more exciting.
Okay. Yeah. And what do you think about Dwayne's singing career? What are your thoughts on that one? Let me tell you. Let me hear that one. Let's hear from him.
Yeah, you're on the laugh, not me. Well, he's a brave man. And I support him. Yes.
But he's a champion. He's a champion either way.
Yeah.
John Bravo, a champion.
Yeah. You're a champion too.
Yeah. So are there any younger baby Bravos that will coming up that will be a second, third generation of Bravos that will contribute to the cricketing landscape of Trinidad and Tobago and West Indies?
No. That done. Hold on. Hello.
from 11 balls and Barry Nicholas.
Yeah.
50.
Garrett to continue from the southern end of the ground. It's a swipe down the leg side. And will not run away for four. It more than likely will. The field is coming around, and he will not catch that one. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. It's 4 off the bat. A lovely little shot there from Raymond, or from Nicholas, I should say, that will get him off and running. And he's up to his 50 here. Which team are you supporting here? Because you're Santa Cruz boys. So is it?
I don't understand that question. You're playing politics, Santa Cruz sports.
So. So what about the other teams? How you rate the North Coast performance so far?
Well, I mean, to make the score, they make 260 or I think that's a good score. But I hope Santa Cruz could get it.
Yeah, it's a really interesting team. I was talking to Sherwin Raymond, who was out in the middle there, and he's saying that your son Darren Bravo will be coming back next year to work with the Santa Cruz team, and it's really good to hear that that he's coming back home. And I want to ask you, so what is it about you all bringing him up that they still cling to home and they still have their roots and they're still normal people in a sense of the word?
Well, they're right. If the team going down and they feel they will come and do something and bring it up, which would be nice, I'll support it 100%.
And how do they keep grounded? How do Dwayne and Darren keep grounded?
Them very grounded. You will know they're very, very grounded. Nobody can say well to me because Darren had a little cricket academy, but Dwayne is to keep us positive for 8 years. But the COVID come and everything lapsed. But they do a lot in the village here, Dwayne and Darren.
And of course, Darren still lives in the village. He lives not too far from here.
Yeah, Darren lives just down the road. And Dwayne will live here, but he'll be here anytime you call him. One time. Especially if I have a match coming quick.
And how often do you talk to them? Is it on a daily basis or?
Well, I and Darren every day, but we're Dwayne in India, but Dwayne and Darren speak every day.
Okay.
Right now in Chennai, well, I talked to him yesterday. But really, and he don't call me. He and Darren will talk Sunday to Sunday, every single day. Both of them. But I don't pattern. I don't meddle that. Like them. I don't know what I have to do.
It's up in the air, and is that the end of Raymond? They're confirming if the catch is taken cleanly.
That looks trouble there, boy.
That John Bravo's expert opinion is that there's a little trouble there.
Yeah.
Have a look at the replay and talk us through this one. Up in the air. That's a tight one indeed.
It's tight.
And of course they say the benefit of the doubt has to go to the batter, so Raymond remains. A batter's game, isn't it, too?
Yeah, the umpires have good eyes.
And it's really good, of course, to see Joel Wilson, who is an ICC elite umpire, standing up at this end.
That is great, but to see, to come down at this level, that is to show you. And he's a Santa Cruz guy, too.
Huh?
He lives Santa Cruz. Of course.
He's a Santa Cruz fellow?
Yes, so you see, these people, when they reach this level, they when they come down here, you can show where their heart is. Right? If people can get reach a certain level, and then they come in here, they won't do that. They don't do that. So you can see Wilson is a down-to-earth man. He didn't want to be here.
Yeah, you're quite right. He doesn't have to be here.
Yeah. So we have to applaud him for that and show the love we have. Right? That people, you ask them, they'll tell you, can you see them? But look, we'll see here.
Yeah. And of course,
that's a great honor, boy.
And of course, the ministers stayed for quite some hours. You know, sometimes these ministers would come and they show their face and they sort of leave. She was here.
Santa Cruz have it good. We have it good. Right? I just hope that Santa Cruz pull off this game. But along by Nicholas stay there and we'll stay with him, we're going to win.
All right, Mr. Bravo, I want to thank you for your time with us. I'm going to let you go and enjoy the rest of the game. You have 21 more overs of excitement, and thankfully I know you live right across the road there.
I live there at my house.
Go to play if we could get a shot of Mr. Bravo's residence on the screen here.
I thought you want to stop the house. Well, do I want your big sense?
And our director Jason Passad will pull it up there. Everybody will see where Mr. John Bravo lives. It's right across the corner. And he has a shop right next door to him. You get all your meats and everything, so you're good to go.
Correct, is right.
And 46 up on shop right there on the
That's a
corner.
Darren on. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, and you have a little cafe downstairs as well.
Yeah, it's a Darren here.
Okay, lovely. Thank you very much,
All
Mr.
right.
Bravo. It's a pleasure having you. Enjoy the rest of the game.
Thank you.
I was John Bravo, the father of Dwayne and Darren Bravo, Santa Cruz born and bred. Men of international standards from this little village. Shadows are beginning to lengthen here. Interesting stage of the game here. Inching up to 120 for 3 after 20 overs. At the same stage, the North Coast Association were 166. North Coast United, I should say, were 166 for 4 after 20 overs. The North Coast definitely have the advantage. As I welcome back Mr. Gordo Pierce, who is speaking with absolutely amazing people today, Gordo Pierce.
Yeah.
In addition to me getting to speak with you, of course.
You like too much of nonsense.
You know, there's Dr. Gadsby Dolly, there's John Bravo, and of course the great Winston Sobers.
Yeah, Winston Sobers. So it's good people all around, good cricket, excellent advertisement really for what cricket can do, you know, bringing together good people. As you see, the youngsters, they're coming out. The community has come out in parts, you know, to support. As we saw Darren, and you see the cricket hungry guy he is. He was just passing in his vehicle, and he stopped. And you know, I saw him first watching at behind the side screen, and I recognized. I said, "But hey, that looking like Darren." So you know, the beauty of cricket, sport, but especially cricket.
Well, but I'm assuming he'll be off to Antigua very shortly, at least in the morning or something, or later tonight.
Yeah.
Because he'll have to play in that Antigua series.
Yeah, the 19. It's on the 19th.
He will start on the 19th. But clearly he feels that he's in good enough form and nick, you know.
Well, he was in good form in the before the tournament, you know, getting 2 centuries and a 90 plus that he would have loved to convert it. So he's in reasonably good form, you know.
I just realized that this ground might be desirous of a little bar rum shop. Go up here, that might do quite well in that spot right there.
Yeah, definitely some recreation.
Yeah,
some for the beverages. There seems to be a change in the bowling.
Yeah, there is a change in the bowling. That's Akil Guerra replacing his brother, and that one is swiped down into the deep extra cover region, and that's all the way for 4. Raymond is starting to open up his arms. The comparison, 121 for 3 after 20, 166 for 4 after 20, North Coast.
Yeah, so still North Coast having the advantage in terms of runs, but remember they lost some wickets and lost their way a tad in their, when they were setting the total. So probably that will come into play. Yeah, or it has come into play there. But it's going to be Guerra here. 125 for 3. Barry Nicholas on 57. And Raymond, he's on 7. A very patient 7.
Good dig out there. It's been a really, really good innings by Nicholas. He's just quietly going about his work. I've always appreciated an innings like that.
He started off quickly, then he slowed down, and he picked it up again after passing 50. As he approached 50. So if you see, it's almost a runner ball, which is very good for a 40 over game.
And if he does bat into the 35th over and starts to open up his arm and chance it a little bit more, it really could play well for Santa Cruz.
Yeah, of course. You know, Santa Cruz, they have the advantage of the extra 7 overs or so. The North Coast team bowled out on the doorstep of the cutout time. They just had to face 2 more deliveries, and then that's a good delivery.
That's some sharp turn there from Guerra indeed.
Yeah,
that one turned almost sideways.
Yeah, definitely.
But we mentioned those cracks in the pitch. If a spinner really does hit his right line and right length, we've seen Dennison do it. Dennison is a good spinner. He hits the ball. He gets the ball on line, on length. Varies his pace a little bit. There's a swipe there from Nicholas. And a misfield there, short extra cover. And they'll be able to come back for one, just one.
It's the captain there as well. He'll be disappointed.
Yeah, it really was a nothing shot there from Nicholas. That run rate is closing in on that 7 mark.
Yeah, it's getting closer to 7. As Igera to continue.
That will end the 21st at 127 for 3. 134 required from 114. As I mentioned, Sherwin Raymond, who was out there in the middle, said they are batting up to about number 6. After number 6, it's a little bit iffy, to say the least. So these two will really have to do. They're the second to last pair, you'd have to say, of recognized batters. That these two really have a job to do. Raymond has been soaking up a lot of deliveries, which I think will be adding to the pressure. 8 of 22, that's very, very slow batting indeed. He needs to get it up at least a run a ball, I would say.
Well, the thing is that he doesn't look like he has any attacking intent. He's quite happy just to nudge the ball around.
He needs to nudge it more effectively. Dennison to continue. This is a swipe high in the air by Nicholas. Square leg is coming around. It falls in between 2 fielders, and they'll get 2 runs for their troubles.
Yeah, it bongs off the knee of the Veens there to add injury to insult. He went across. He was really trying to take the catch. Then the ball bounced. It bounced off his knee and went a further 10 yards behind. I'm sure he'll have a good soak tonight in the Maracasola Scrivas water.
This one is swiped, and this one is swiped very square, and good footwork by Joel Wilson to avoid that just behind square. That's a much needed 4 from Barry Nicholas.
Yeah, he's beginning to open his arm here.
It was not a bad delivery at all from Dennison, you have to say, and Nicholas played that really well because it was spinning away from him and it was keeping low as well.
And it's
straight back to the bowler. Spectators catch there.
You almost caught me. I was looking to see the reaction by the fielders.
Slower delivery, skidding through. And it's interesting to note that all 3 wickets that are falling for Santa Cruz have been bowled. So it proves that when you get that ball on the right line, on the right length, you'll get them to do something different. Nicholas dancing up the pitch, wearing that one in his midriff region.
Yeah. Change of rules for those watching, those who be wondering why the batters are picking up the ball with their hands so frequently. That's the change of rules. Long ago they would have appealed and send you marching. Nowadays you can handle the ball. Yeah. So that brings. So there, after 22 overs, Santa Cruz looking to get to 261 for victory. They want 23 for 3.
A lovely shot of the hills there, and you can see how strong the breeze is. It's bending those coconut tree plants there.
The runway just getting a bit higher there.
Guerra to continue from the southern end.
Akil Guerra. Yeah, Akil Guerra, yeah. Not Kendall Guerra. He's going to continue with his spinners. Left arm is going out straight up in the air. He's called for it and he takes court and bowl. So Raymond goes.
Yeah, Raymond goes for 8 of 23. Court and bowl of Akil Guerra. The score 133 for 4 now. He really had to start chancing his arm, as I mentioned in that last over. Gordo pair, and eventually the pressure paid on Mr. Sherwin Raymond.
Yeah,
trying for the fancy flick and got that leading edge straight up in the air. But it's still a big wicket here for the North Coast team. And the Santa Cruz supporters like Mr. John Bravo will be happy that they have their liquid encouragement.
Well, it's Michael Mitchell, yeah. Yeah, Michael Mitchell. But is it Marshall? Marshall Mitchell? Marshall Mitchell? Yeah, Marshall Mitchell. Yeah. They were quick to inform us, not the Marshall Montano, double M, but the different double M. You know, when you hear double M and a gong, you're quick to think there's a party going to start. But probably he's going to start a party for the Santa Cruz Sports Organization.
But basically, I would know it's not Marshall Montano because Marshall Montano is a South boy, so he will not be playing for the Santa Cruz Association.
Well, you know, he have a very good relationship with the Bravos, especially Dwayne, so he probably would have just come across the
Marshall a champion as well.
Yeah, I think that's part of the song.
Akil Guerra to continue. Almost turning Mitchell square, but he's able to get that through the gap behind square on the offside, and he will get off the mark immediately. That's good stuff from Marshall Mitchell, not wasting any time.
Yeah, he has to get the run ticking over. You got to get the scoreboard ticking over, really, because the run rate is climbing, you know, and you don't want to get it above 8, where you have to get more than a runner ball.
Good shot by Nicholas, driven down to long on. Looks supremely comfortable at the crease. Now, according to the inside information I got from Sherwood and Raymond, this is basically the last recognized pair of batsmen that Santa Cruz have available for them. 135 for 126 off 105. So it's starting to get a little bit more difficult. This is up in the air, but just past the bowler. Guerra with a half smile on his face, thinking maybe I could have gone for that one.
Yeah, right smile. I think you'd have a major collision, though, with Barry Nicholas. No fault of the two participants. Nicholas was looking to go through for the run, and the ball was just, you know, a teasing kind of a ball going back past the bowler.
Faster arm there. Well played by Nicholas, just opening up the face. Good variation there from Guerra. And he and Dennison have really mashed the brakes on this inning. Yeah. They've each taken a wicket, but it's that economy rate. 1 for 9 of almost 2 overs. That's excellent bowling from Guerra.
Yeah, definitely.
And Dennison's figures are just as commendable. This one is flicked into the leg side, and they'll get a single. That's a direct throw at the stumps, and he's gone. That's the end of Marshall Mitchell.
Fielding by the youngster there. Yeah, he was just strolling. Look at it here again. His bat was not even down. Bat still in the air. Still in the air. Still in the air. His bat still in the air. So Marshall Mitchell not getting his bat down. Careless bat running there. So it's going to be Mendez who's going. Sorry, not Mendez. Rosales. Aaron Rosales. Aaron Rosales, who's going to come to the wicket.
And at the end of that eventful over, 3 runs and 2 wickets falling. 136 for 5 now. Barry Nicholas is still there. He's played a yeoman's knock here, 65 of 69. But what will he have to do? He'll have to dig extremely deep to get anything out from the tail end of the Santa Cruz outfit.
Yeah, so he's going to have to really continue batting here. Yeah, because he's batting in different gears. He started off quickly, he slowed down, then closing on 50, he accelerated again, then he slowed down a bit. He's not the youngest of guys, if we want to bring that into the equation.
Well, I think the slowdown was sort of enforced because of his partners and then having to rebuild again. Because in all fairness, the North Coast have taken wickets at regular intervals. 24, 88, 96, 133 and 136. They really haven't had a chance to build any partnerships particularly other than that first.
Well, it's going to be
The
Terrence
second
James.
innings, the second wicket partnership.
Terrence James, he's going to be returning from the northern end. But it's the spinners who've given the Santa Cruz team all the problems. Remember I said that the wicket was would have taken spin.
Well, this is not a bad ploy by Dennison, just to bring back the Pacers, maybe see if they can, as James didn't pick up a wicket in his earlier spell, maybe if they could close off the innings a little quicker, because as we mentioned, the tail of Santa Cruz is pretty long.
Well, a lot is going to depend on this man here, Nicholas. He's on strike. Oh, he's allowed appeal, but again, he's coming around the wicket. So most likely it's going to pitch outside the leg stump. He'll have to do very well to get a LBW decision there. He had a pitch in line and then straighten and not go away with the angle. Barry Nicholas, he bowled all of his 8 overs on a trot. I know it's a good...
Well fielded there by, well, Terrence James. It's all about survival there. That one drilled back to him. And while he might say he didn't take a catch there, let's see if this was a catch. I'm not. Yes. No. Yes. No, it did bounce. He did well there. Self-preservation is always the name of the game. A cut there.
They'll not want to run on this youngster. He's already run out a man with a direct hit. That was Mitchell.
And 3 dot deliveries to start here from Terrence James. So this is a good comeback. It's just building that pressure now. Run rate creeping up to 7.65. And it will go up with every dot delivery. 4 dot deliveries on the trot. This one he gets a gain on the pad, but again he's down the leg side. This is a big maiden over if it is going to be that from Terrence James. No, they do get a run off the last delivery. Terrence James spoops around, and those air forces don't hold him up. He slips. He doesn't have the proper cricket shoes. Ends a very good over with just that single. 137 for 5 after 24.
Yeah. So at the end of 24, it's 137. Yeah, 137 for 5. So it was. So it was Tristan Kreger, the youngster, who enforced the run out. Yeah, Santa Cruz need 124 runs from 96 balls. From 96 balls.
Guerrero will continue, it looks like. Maybe it was just an exploratory over from well,
he's
James.
continuing from this end. He didn't change. He's continuing from this end.
No, from James. It was the exploratory over. So we'll see if James continues.
From the northern end.
I would have continued with Dennison because Dennison was still mashing those breaks. He was mashing those breaks very, very hard. Might as well bowl him out. Keep that pressure going. Because at the end of Dennison's spell, it might have been the run rate might have gone up to 9-10. With James, it's a sort of hit or miss.
Yeah, well, he got only 1 run. He only conceded 1 run in that over. So
yeah, credit to him. He did bowl well.
His captain Majest. Oh, that's
big swipe here by Nicholas. Gets through everybody, and we'll just get a bye. It looks like. Let's see what the signal from Mr. Joel Wilson will be. The ball comes back in, and yes, he did signal bye.
Yeah, Joel Wilson. You know, it's so good that the top level umpire can come out and really support his community. You know, coming and giving a game here. That's great to see.
Well, according to Mr. John Bravo, Joel Wilson is a Santa Cruz man as well, so it's all about the Santa Cruz community here. It's been wonderful, wonderful entertainment and a wonderful feel, just a wonderful vibe here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground.
Yeah, definitely. It had the challenges in terms of being its reconstruction, but it's finally finished. Cricket playing now. Later on in the year, you'll get some football. If you look around the field, you'll see a bit of a walking track as well. So the walkers could come and get their exercise in as well.
Flat batted through extra cover there by Rosales. So it was a fuller delivery.
So it's a no ball. So it's going to be a no ball and a free hit. So a no ball and a free hit.
The Santa Cruz Association should be hoping that they make mass with this one, as they really, really need some runs on the board here. Barry Nicholas down on his haunches. He's probably upset that he didn't get the free hit. A good delivery. Well played by Rosales, and it's no run. Excellent fielding there. I think that's Dennison, the captain.
The thing for me is that it's a free hit. If you could go back and guide the ball, go back and pelt your bat at it, because you can't be out.
Quite so, Mr. Guadalupe.
Yeah, an edge may have flew to the third man region instead of guiding it. It's a beautiful looking shot.
Yeah. Nice drive after wide long off. They'll just get a single. I think 2 was possibly on there. They could have tried to put the field under a little bit of pressure, because that is Mr. Devines, who's very, very tired. It looks like a man battle worn.
Well, they've said that we got to look at Mr. Barry Nicholas. The word from the people around is that he's going to be tired now. Of course, he bowled 8 overs. And although he's a spinner, he had a decent run-up. About 4 or 5 pieces.
Certainly are the shots of a very, very tired man. He's trying to force those shots into the cover, the extra cover region, and the tall figure of Kendall Guerra is standing there. And again, another wild swipe there. Yeah, he's trudging off the square leg, Mr. Nicholas. He isn't overly happy. 142 for 5 after 25.
You definitely want to get a bit more out of this here. So it's going to be the water break. So I think after 25 overs, the water break, they're going to take a water break just about now. So while they rest, we'll rest as well. We'll be back shortly.
Action resumes here at the Brian Lara Recreation Ground. 119 required from 90 for the Santa Cruz to win this opening game of the Trinidad and Tobago North Zone Cricket Council 40 over tournament. A wild swipe by Rosales as Terrence James, Mr. Air Force Nikes, resumes from the Nazarene end.
Well, it's going to be excitement because it's coming on to the last 15 overs here. Last 15 overs, 119 runs needed from 89 deliveries. It's run to balls now. The run rate going up over 8. You don't want to get to 2 runs a ball, anywhere around 12.
Lovely Yorker, well dug out there by Rosales. A dribble down into the leg side, fine leg. Slip runs around, I should say, and picks that up.
You can't blame the keeper, Padella there. Padella, he's looking at James. Both of them look at each other. But that ball kept very low. You can't blame the keeper there at all.
North Coast wouldn't mind this too much, though. What they won't want is these batsmen getting any momentum. It's a good square drive. Just get a run for it. I don't know if Nicholas is maybe waiting for the last 10 overs to really start opening up and chancing his arm. Maybe that's what he's doing. And the situation is, but at this stage, you really have to start pushing those singles and getting whatever they can.
Guerra comes across and does some good work there. Guerra for North Coast. Of course, the legendary lawyer, I think Guerra from just across in Santa Cruz.
James. A big swipe again by Rosales. Gets past the keeper and will run to the ropes before. Much needed for there. I think the batter got some bat on that one. We'll have a look at this one again here. Yeah, he got a bit of a glove on that one. Just guided it past Padilla.
So that's runs. Yeah, it's runs.
Much needed runs there. That's a much needed boundary.
For Rosales. Yes, Theodore Guerra, the famous lawyer from Santa Cruz. He was responsible for the start of a lot of players. In fact, Bravo would have been one of them. You would have cried him down to the ground. I remember Constantine, there was one, I think it's Andrew Constantine was the name, a fast bowler from Santa Cruz around my time.
Some adjustments in the field here. Third man goes out and Kai Hernandez comes into a 4 square leg position. It's an appeal for an LBW. We'll have to take a close look at that one there.
Yeah, it was full.
At the end of the day, they just get 1 run off that.
No signal by the umpire. I think that probably saved him because it was a full delivery. Yeah, because he would have been plumb in front. 149.
149 in 26 overs.
So Rosales here.
Rosales 9 from 14 and Barry Nicholas 66 from 74. James has bowled 5 overs.
Guerra will continue from the southern end. Dancing at the pitches, Rosales, and is that a stumping? That's quick work from Padilla, but very quick work indeed from Rosales to get back into the crease.
Wow. It's still very close because the bat didn't look to have gone down as yet. But we're not at a good angle to decide that, so we leave that for the square leg umpire.
That was really good work from Padilla.
Yeah.
He looked like he was waiting an age for that ball. Just get into my glove, please. And then presence of mind to let it go when he was a little bit far off the stumps.
So good technique there by Rosales, but I think it's not what's required of the situation as the run rate continues to balloon.
Test match special according to the person behind us. The master of ceremonies. Oh, good delivery. That's beautiful bowling. Beautiful adjustment there from Gary because the couple deliveries were very full. This one he pulled back a little bit and Rosales was all tied up. Oh, well bowled.
Keeping him a bit low. The ankles were in danger there. The ankles were in danger there. Keeping very low.
These two need to have a discussion about how they're going to approach this innings because really and truly they're sort of meandering here. Look at that again. It's a maiden there from Akil Guerra, 149 for 5 after 27.
After 27, it's a lead, 149 for 5. The run rate has now crept up to 8.62. 112 from 78 ball.
So it's James who's going to continue.
So at the business end of this innings go to appear, the North Coast boys are really, really on top of the game.
Yeah, they've definitely tightened the screws. I think Barry Nicholas will definitely have to get going here. So to some beautiful strains of Bob Marley together. Not sure who's the artist featured as well, but I don't want to wait in vain.
Waiting in vain for Barry Nicholas to open up and make a game out of this. Swiped and he gets that excellent feeling by that fielder short third man. He was slipping and sliding everywhere. Yeah, but did well, the young fellow.
That's Tristan Craig. He's already effected a run out with a direct hit. That run out Marshall Mitchell.
Very, very nimble indeed.
Yeah, the youngster is showing the value of youth.
Indeed. Throwing everything, and that was Rosales with to just dribble out in front of him.
He threw the kitchen sink at it, the proverbial kitchen sink at it, but there was no timing.
Might have thrown the whole house at that one. He still didn't get anywhere. This one is short, and he's able to pull that one down to backward square, and that will run away for 4. That's much needed from Rosales. But it was a loosener from James.
Yeah, it was short. It was angled into the leg stump, and he just helped it on its way. Good-looking 4 runs there. Much needed here by the Santa Cruz team as they try to mount an attack here to get close to the North Coast team who scored 260.
Good Yorker length delivery, well dug out by Rosales. He's only dug it to Devines at that short mid-wicket position, and there's no run. Not required run rate go to pairs is really a concern now. 8.68, and it's creeping up, and it's going up after every over here. And it's at the stage where after every ball it will go up 8.79 now.
It's the business in here now. I think they got to get the move on. The Lido, the sun has definitely gone down in the valley. It's still good lighting in general, but there's no direct sunlight. Not sure if the lights will go on here and how that will affect the batters.
That's a wide delivery. Well, we're getting a bit ragged here. Terrence James coming back for his second spell. Didn't bowl badly in the first spell.
Yeah, you want to finish off strongly here. You know, it seems like the North Coast team are only going to use 5 bowlers.
It's a nice push square by Rosales, but it's just a single. They won't have any problems with that, the North Coast boys. And it's 156 for 5 after 28.
Well, it's going to be Guerra to continue. Well, he's trouble. That's Akil Guerra. He's trouble the batters. As the helmet is sent for, so a man is going to go under the helmet. Oh, well, it's the keeper who's going to put on the helmet. So he's going to stand up close to the stumps. You would have seen the last delivery, the last over that Rosales faced from Guerra. He was coming down the track.
Now this is an interesting stage of the game here, Gordo Pierre, because at the same stage, the after 28 overs, Santa Cruz, or North Coast I should say, with 212 for 5. But of course their innings ended a mere 5 overs later when they were bowled out for 260 after 32.5. So this really is an interesting stage of the game here. 156 for 5, you'd think that Santa Cruz are behind, but they have the luxury of those extra 7 overs.
Yeah, definitely. So they're able to get a single. As I said, that would not bother the North Coast team too much.
I think they'll be happy to give away singles. There's no boundaries.
Remember as well, run rate is going to be very important further down in the competition as it acts as the eliminator for the top 10 teams to get into the T20 tournament later on. Of course, we know the T20 is the real seller in modern cricket. Some will give me 2 clout for that. But that's where the action pack goes.
It's the difference between buying butter and margarine, Gordo
Well, I think the health difference is great between butter and margarine.
I was talking more about the price, but certainly the health difference indeed as well. Guaranteed his 5th over.
Yeah, he's just gone down the leg side there. He's been very economical. If you look at his into his 5th over, and he's only gone for 15, and he's gotten that 1 wicket as well. So it's looking, the run rate looking to get up to 9.
It has hit that 9 and over mark now. But of course, I'm sure Santa Cruz would have had discussions. What target do we want to hit in the last 10 overs? What do we want to chase? And I'm sure it would have been less than 100. I'm sure they'd have loved to get it down to maybe 80. They would maybe feel confident. That's a lovely little swipe there. It will not run close to the ropes. It will. But Nicholas will only get 2 for his troubles. Was able to get it past the field at square leg. But I think he's showing signs of his wear and tear here, Nicholas. Really not running hard between the wickets. And his shots aren't full-blooded, Gordo.
Yeah, he's gotten it past the earlier on that would have been racing to the boundary fence.
But Santa Cruz really need him to dig deep here.
Good feeling at slip there. So they finishing off the over there. So at the end of the 29, it's 160 for 5. So 101
160 for 5 after 29
runs required from 66. As we see Barry Nicholas, he's down on his hunches.
Yeah, he really needs to dig deep here because it almost seems like they're going through the motions. We just want to bat out the 40 overs, not attempt to chase down their score. That's exactly right, Gordo Pierre.
Yeah, he's got
brilliant analysis once again.
He's gotten a good score for himself personally, but in terms of the team, there came a point where he was the set batter and he would just take a single and relax, adding on strikers end. He wasn't looking to turn ones into twos You understand? So he definitely became a strain. It's something similar as what happening in the IPL presently, where they're talking about Warner, David Warner. He's already gotten a couple half centuries and in line to get the leading run scorer hat. But he's batting so slowly, just going at 115, just about 115 as his strike rate. He's providing pressure on the other batters, as we see some of the youngsters practicing their basketball skills as they're coming to the end of the Easter.
Yeah, 160 for 7 after 30, so it's 10 overs left at the same stage. The well, they were 224 for 5 after 29 overs, so it's an interesting comparison here.
Yeah, well, it's into the final 10 overs. Remember, this last 10 overs would have been gifted. And they struck in front.
I mean, of course, Nicholas can redeem himself if he's able to bring home this game, but he's really given himself a mountain to climb here.
Well, the run rate now over 100. Sorry, over 10. 101 to get from 60. And he's playing and missing again.
And then who's with him at the other end but Jordan Osuna, who's just 15 years old, as we mentioned earlier.
Yeah, coming at this stage of the innings, he's definitely not a top-order batter.
Talk about your baptism of fire.
Well, he'll be a hero if he can bring it home.
Another wild swipe again. Guerra's loving this pitch. I think Guerra would love to have this pitch in his back pocket every time he goes out to bowl.
Most definitely. And it seemed like Barry Nicholas now he's batting with a door. You know, there's two types of door. When you're batting with a broad, you can't be the edge. And then there's the door where you're batting and you're just opening the door. You're playing and missing everything. There's a long time he hasn't gotten the ball on the bat. We haven't heard the Willow echo. This time it echoes. Good looking shot.
It's just a single down to Craig.
Yeah.
Best fielder on the field there, certainly.
Yeah, Craig has been good for his team. He's definitely been a good spark for the North Zone team. When you look at him close up, he seems to be very young as well. He seems to be just about the same age, probably 14, 15. So it's a good exposure for him.
You can see by the state of Guerra's outfit exactly how dusty it is out there. It's a good delivery. Bouncing and well pushed back by Osuna. Just get a single there.
Good single there to get off the mark. As the over comes to an end. At the end of it, at the end of 31 overs, it's 162 for 7. Remember, Santa Cruz trying to get to 261 to win. So it's under 100 now. 99 runs to get from 54 balls. James to continue. He had a very good last over. So Terrence James looking to finish things off here.
Nice drive by Osuna, but straight back to the bowler. Yeah, James has come through in this middle order and gotten rid of two quick batters, Rosales and then Rajkumar. Sort of pegged back the middle overs after Devines, Dennison, and Akil Guerra sort of strangled the top order.
Yeah, but Osuna seems to have the basic of batting correct. He's getting into line. He's playing with a straight bat. He's getting that front foot out. He doesn't seem to be afraid of the faster bowler here.
And what advice would you give him to get that single? A big swipe and you'll get the single now to square leg. The casual run. But nothing, no big troubles there. North Coast will be happy with that.
Yeah,
that gives Nicholas 3 deliveries to make mass on this James. See if he can destroy his figures, and the much needed required run rate is creeping up ever so slightly. Nicholas goes big and misses everything, and Padilla misses a stumping chance as well. But James and Padilla are having a good little team argument there in the middle there. Still keeping their spirits up.
Well, James tried to share at his thumbs after Padilla had missed. Padilla wasn't watching. He was almost a casualty.
He's bowled him. Cleaned him up there. That's the end of Barry Nicholas. It's been a wonderful innings, but Terrence James enjoys it the most. It's 163 for 8. Nicholas goes for 70.
Yes, he's been bowled for 70. So Joshua Wong goes to the wicket. He was the hero with the ball. Can he be the hero with the bat? JEC's walking out with a bit of a limp. He was struck when he tried to feel with. He feel off his own bowling. So he's walking over with a bit of a limp.
He's definitely walking gingerly there. And Joel Wilson having some words with him, like, hey, do you want to umpire? Maybe I'll go on bat for you.
So Nicholas, his long vigil has come to an end. It was a good personal knock, but it doesn't seem to be a match-winning one.
Left it too little too late as well to try to go after the bowling. Terrence James 3 for 41, just one delivery left. How strongly can he finish? Caught up here.
Well, he struck the stumps twice today. He looked to strike it again here. Well played though by Wong. So at the end of 32, it's 163 for 8. Santa Cruz Sports Organization Association. They're up against the North Coast United team.
163 for 8 after 32 overs.
As we see some of the fans in the stands.
He looks like a Santa Cruz fan because he seems very, very concerned about the score.
Well, it's down to the lower order batters. They don't like to be called tail enders anymore.
Everything has to be politically correct now, Mr. Pierre.
Yes, definitely.
But it's always one of the most intriguing spectacles in sport when the tail wags. And only cricket fans will understand that statement.
Yes. So it's
Guerrero 1 for 19 of 6. He will continue. Thank you to the sponsor Blue Waters for assisting the North Zone Cricket Council in putting on this tournament. And for keeping us refreshed throughout the day.
Yeah, there's the skipper, Dennison. It's pretty close. He's given him. He is giving him. So Osuna goes. It was the skipper, Dennison. Look at him. He got the throw in, huh?
Yeah, casual running there by Osuna. He really wasn't putting any pace on.
Yeah.
Ground his bat.
Definitely. His bat is in his hand. He was running first with his bat, holding his bat with the other hand.
And I think that's the end of the game here. I think that last player, Donovan Strip, what tore his hamstring, will not be able to bat. And they will declare their innings closed at 163 for 9. After 32.1 overs, Santa Cruz has admitted defeat here after being controlled, you have to say, by the North Zone squad.
Yeah, most definitely. I think the North Coast team deserved it with us here. They batted better, putting on a good total, and then they came back and were able to bowl it and defend it. They've got some standout performers. James would be one of them. That was Terrence James. They got a half century. Well, 2 half centuries, one from Kaif Hernandez, as well as Kendall Guerra, who top scored with 74. So they had some standout performers And then with the ball, you cannot really underestimate the impact of Guerra. That's Akil Guerra, who was very, very conservative in terms of his run rate, as well as the skipper Denison. So, Chan, after some final words from you, we're going to wrap this one up.
Yeah, so just to run through the Santa Cruz scorecard for you very quickly. Barry Nicholas opened the batting and was bowled by Terrence James, 70 off 85. He's one of the later wickets to fall. Devon Sween was the first wicket to go, 6 off 9. He was bowled by Devines. Ben Woodruff bowled by Denison, 29 for a run of ball 29. Cleon Burnley bowled by Guerra for 2 off 7. Raimundo caught and a ball by Akil Guerra. Raymond, that should be Sherwin Raymond, for 8 of 23. Marlon Mitchell was run out for 2. Rosales was bowled by James for 15. Rajkumar was caught off the bowling of Terrence James for a duck. Joshua Asuna was run out for 2, and Joshua Wong did not trouble the scores, just faced one delivery. Pick of the bowlers, Akil Guerra 1 for 19 off 6.1, but Terrence James bowled well, 3 for 41 off 8. Santa Cruz lose by 97 runs in this opening game of the North Zone, the Trinidad and Tobago Cricket Board, North Zone Cricket Council, and I just shook hands with Mr. Claude Devines, who is the manager of the side. Come on, have a little word with us, Mr. Devines. A really good bowling performance to start. Yeah, so just have a little talk with us, Mr. Devines. How was it today? How does it feel to wrap up that victory?
It felt good for the opening game of the tournament to wrap up a victory against Santa Cruz. This is our rival team, and this is the best team that North Coast could put out. I congratulate all the guys for a hard-fought victory, and it have more to come for North Coast in the future. And we have more young fellas coming in, and we love to see more of the young fellas come out and perform the same way we performed today.
A little bit of a post-mortem. I mean, you're looking at over 300. You sort of collapsed and to be bowled out for 260 after 32.5 overs. Is that something you look at, you will address in the dressing room shortly?
Yes, it would. It would be something that we would look at, and in the near future we wouldn't want that to happen anymore. We have to start applying ourselves a little more. Myself as a senior batsman and an all-round any team, I know I need to work a little harder, but I will get there soon with my team. But we'll always make victories once we're doing the performance as we does.
Let's take a look at the bowling, because I think that was really your strength today. Of course, Darrell Denison, who's the captain, bowled extremely well in the middle overs. Akil Guerra 1 for 19 of 6.1. Terrence James coming back 3 for 41. But it seemed to be like a very shared team effort. You got a wicket, Denison got a wicket, Kendall Guerra got a wicket, and then Akil and Terrence James sort of closed it off.
Well, it's a thing that we are accustomed to. I on top the order with the bowling department. As a senior bowler, I tend to get early wickets on top. Terrence James as well. Kendall Guerra, Akil, Denison. We guys hold along the end, and we set the platform for they to come and bowl comfortable at the end and in the middle. So it's a well-fought victory with the bowling department, and I would love to say these guys work hard every day for this performance, and we would love to carry this further as the years go on with North Coast.
What about the depth that you will have with North Coast? I mean, you put out a good team here. There's some players that we would not have seen, of course. Is there depth? Are there other players to come in who are waiting for the chance? Because, of course, not everybody can be playing all the games.
Well, yes, there is. And there's a lot of young fellas to come in with the rest of the team. And they need a lot of work, but we are working hard with them. So we hopefully, by the middle of the season, they would be there 100% with us.
All right, Mr. Devines, thank you very much for joining us. We really appreciate it. All the best for the rest of the tournament.
Thank you very much.
And we'll see you again here on 360 TV. This is Andrew Chan signing off from the Brian Lara Recreation Ground in Santa Cruz.